Rox.
I will now call this meeting to order. Good evening and welcome to the City of Hollister June 27th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting. May I have the verification of agenda posting, please?
Good evening. The agenda was posted on Monday, June 24th, 2019 at 4:54 p.m.
Thank you, Brian. Commissioner Henderson, will you lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Chairperson Huboy.
Here.
Commissioner Stevens.
Here.
Commissioner Munzer.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Henderson.
Here.
I trust you've had a chance to look at the minutes dated May 23rd, 2019. Any comments or entertain a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes from May 23rd, 2019.
A second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved. We go on to communications from the public. Things not on the agenda. Any speaker cards for anyone in public?
All the speaker cards we have are agenda items.
Okay. Then we move on to the public hearing, item number 1. Site and Architectural Review 2019-5. Oh, excuse me. Site and Architectural 2019-2. And this was continued from, it was continued from the last Planning Commission meeting. It's Amanda Ty Bach. The applicant is requesting site and architectural approval for the construction of a 13,752 square foot cannabis nursery facility on a 1.03 acre site. The project is located at 1920 Airway Drive in the Industrial Park, Business Park, IBP, zoning district, further identified as San Benito County Assessor's Parcel number 053-420-028, CEQA's mitigated negative declaration. So,
Thank you, Chairperson Huboy.
thank you.
The applicant is requesting site and architectural approval for the construction of a 13,572 square foot cannabis facility, which will include a 12,552 square foot warehouse and a 1,200 square foot office space. The property is located in the Industrial Business Park IBP zoning district at 1920 Airway Drive, further identified as San Benito County Assessor number 053-420-0005. As you can see on the screen, to the north of the property, which is outlined in red, just to kind of highlight the surrounding zones. To the north, it's vacant property, which is the airport support area. To the south, which is vacant, is a public facility. And to the east and west, they are also vacant lots that are in the industrial business park area. The exterior facade of the industrial warehouse building is proposed to be a four-sided stucco finish and have a parapet rooftop. The northern elevation of the building will be the frontage of the building and will face Airway Drive. The front facade will have a stucco finish and will incorporate a decorative cement board with wooden cladding and a stone veneer base. This decorative feature will be where the tenant's future business signs will be mounted. To the right of this feature are 3 sets of paneled windows with a parapet awning above them. 3 smaller horizontal windows will be placed above the awning, starting from the center line of the building towards the right side of the building. The right corner of the building will have the same decorative cement board feature with wooden cladding and a stone veneer base. The western elevation will include the main entrance to the building at the northwestern corner of the building. The entry doors will be articulated with a decorative cement board feature, again with the same wooden cladding and stone veneer as was seen on the northern elevation. A man door and a 12 by 12 door will be placed behind the main entrance on the other side of the security gate, which you can see right here. Another man door and roll-up door for shipping and receiving of deliveries will be located on the southwest corner of the building, and 3 downward casted shielded lights will be placed along the western facade. The main entrance into the building will open up to a 1,200 square foot office space on the northwestern portion of the building, which will consist of a lobby, waiting area, a break room, an office, a conference room, and 2 ADA compliant restrooms. In between the 2 restrooms, you'll see that there's a small hallway with a man door that leads into the 12,552 square foot warehouse. On the southern elevation of the building, this will also have a stucco finish and will have 2 shielded downward casted lights that will be placed on either side of the building. The eastern elevation of the building will also be stucco and will include a man door at the southwest corner of the building with 3 downward casting lights, which will be placed along the eastern facade. The project will have 17 parking spaces, including one ADA accessible parking space. The ADA accessible parking space with the access aisle, including a regular parking space, will be located outside of the security gate, which will create a small guest parking area. All stalls that are being proposed along the western border of the property. The project meets fire access setbacks for a high hazard occupancy and provides 2 points of access, which you can see right here. And a part of the high hazard occupancy, the applicant is required to provide the 360 access all around the building. In addition to fire safety, this whole building will be fire sprinkled, and it will be required to have an operating fire alarm. The applicant has also been conditioned to provide at least 1 bicycle parking space, and at the time of their building submittal, they will have to be reviewed for the location of this. Also on here, not included, but when they have their submittals, they've been conditioned to provide the elevations of what their security fence will be. So as you can see along the border here, this would be where the proposed security fencing would be placed. Each of the entrances will have 20-foot wide access gates, which will have Knox box locks on them for the fire department should they need to access the property. A part of what they were asked to include was some of their landscaping. It doesn't have as much detail, and again, they will be required to submit a water-efficient landscaping plan, so we'll have more detail then. But they do meet the required 35-foot setback buffer, which is provided here up front, and then on the inside, the interior part of the security fencing, there will also be different landscaping. For this particular project, because it is within the airport business park area, they have also had to submit their plans to Ken Lindsay, who is the grantor of the Airport Associates LLC. We do have a letter that we received, which was put in your packets, that says that this building has been reviewed and is shown to be in compliance with the standards that they have. They will also have to meet the standards for landscaping in that parkway as well. This project is located within the Hollister Municipal Code's airport influence area and the municipal airport land use compatibility plan safety zone, zone 6. It's a little difficult to see, but if you can see where the mouse is, this is where the property lies. This has already been reviewed by the Airport Land Use Commission and has been found to be in compliance with the Airport Land Use Comprehensive Plan. Lastly, there in the report, we included just kind of a brief statement about the applicant for their cannabis use permit. So the applicant is in the process of acquiring the cannabis use permit, and they are scheduled to go to council in early August. With that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission review the applicant's request, receive all written and oral testimony regarding the proposal, and consider approving site and architectural number 2019-2, subject to the findings and conditions contained in the draft resolution, with the addition of condition number 72. Number 72 is before you on the screen. We are trying to, in the future, have this become a common or standard requirement. This is for the safe path of travel and construction fencing. I'm just going to read it real quick. The developer shall erect a 6-foot high chain link fence around the entire perimeter of the development with a gate opening for the construction entrance. The chain link fence shall remain in place during the entire construction duration or directed by the city engineer. Improvement plans submitted to the City of Hollister shall provide the location of any proposed fence and shall define a safe path of travel location on the plans. The developer shall submit a pedestrian traffic control plan for the review and approval of the city engineer prior to any construction of the site. And with that, is there any questions for staff?
I have a question. You mentioned it's a high hazard occupancy,
Yes.
is that correct? Is that the building code classification?
Yes, for cannabis, it's considered.
But it's just
high
a
hazard.
warehouse, and it's not, they're not doing anything like extraction or anything of that nature there?
No, this will strictly just be a nursery.
Okay. Any questions on the staff report?
Yeah. So it's a nursery, so is it like a greenhouse, or is it a building with just lit inside?
It will be a building with lighting inside, and
Okay.
a part of the cannabis conditional use permit, they review all the things that would be happening inside the building. So in terms of lighting, any electrical, the water circulation, that's all reviewed by the Cannabis Affairs Director. They also have, just like how we have a DRC, they have a committee that reviews all the cannabis applications that come in. So fire, police, they will all review that again when that's submitted to the Cannabis Affairs Office.
Is that typical to grow inside with lights, or is it more typical to have more like a greenhouse?
So right now, within the City of Hollister, most people are growing inside with artificial lighting. We do have a few applications that have just come through, at least 3 that I can think of off the top of my head, that will be external. So more of a standard greenhouse that you would see out in the field areas.
Thank you, Amber. Any other questions on
I have no
Amber's staff
questions.
report? I do have a question for the applicant. Is the applicant here this evening?
Unfortunately, she is not here tonight.
Then I'll bring my question to you, Amber. Do you know there isn't anything on the drawings in terms of how they're going to heat or cool the building? Do you know how they're planning on heating and cooling the building?
I do not, but when we had submitted some of the information to the Airport Land Use Commission, those were some of the things that had to be reviewed in terms of screening, if it would, they brought up solar as another on how they're going to power certain things. So it's not here, but that was a future discussion. But in terms of the actual system or what they will use, that has not been disclosed.
I don't see anything on the site plan where they're going to store any mechanical units. And if they do put mechanical units on the roof, the parapet wall doesn't look very high. So I'm just want to make sure that the applicant is aware that if he puts units up on the roof, that they might be subject to roof screening.
Thank you.
Okay. Would also, as a suggestion, might be nice to have south-facing windows, might help minimize the cooling and heating loads. Okay, anyone I'll open up the public hearing now at 6:20. Anyone care to speak on this item?
We have no speaker cards.
No speaker cards. I will close public hearing at 6:20. Bring it back to the commission. Any discussion, comments on item number 1?
I had a question, follow-up question, on document A2-2, sheet A2-2 on the north elevation. There's looks like there's writing on a door. Looks like a truck bay door. It says,
So that, if you're talking about, it kind of looks like a reddish color.
yes, yeah.
That's supposed to be the decorative feature. That's the sign. So it's supposed to be cement and wood cladding that kind of offsets each other, and the sign would be placed on top of it.
Okay, and is that the name of the business?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
got it.
Any other comments on item number 1? What is the pleasure of the commission? Entertain a motion? I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve site and architectural review 2019-2 and adopt PC resolution number
2019-28.
2019-28 with the findings in the draft resolution. Do I have a second?
I'll go ahead and second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Would
Any
you
further
like to,
discussion on the,
I think she has something.
would you like to adopt the proposed fencing condition, add in condition 72?
for the roof screening? Or-
No,
I'm
we
sorry,
could
what
add a
condition?
condition if that's the pleasure of the commission
I'd
as
like to
well.
add that condition because I think that it would be most appropriate to address the cooling and heating of the building, and if they put units up on the roof, I don't want to go by there and see units unscreened.
So if we could just have you amend your motion to include that as well as condition number 72.
I appreciate that. I'll add that condition number 72. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Item has been approved. We go on to item number 2. Guess I'll read the description of this item. I know that it has been requested for continuance from staff. I'll go ahead and read the introduction. Item number 2 is minor subdivision 2018-1 and site and architectural review 2018-2. Felipe 9 LLC. The applicant is requesting a minor subdivision approval to subdivide an 8.36 acre parcel into 4 lots consisting of 3.04 acres, 4.50 acres, 0.34 acres, and 0.48 acres. The applicant is also requesting a site and architectural approval to construct approximately 220,000 square feet of indoor greenhouse buildings for a cannabis cultivation facility on existing commercial and fallow land, including on-site parking and all utility connections, drainage and landscape improvements. The project site is located at 773 San Felipe Road, south of McCloskey Road, and east of San Felipe Road in the North Gateway NG zoning district. The location is further identified as San Benito County Assessor's parcel number 051-100-031 CEQA mitigated negative declaration. Before I have any staff report on this item, I want to disclose that I did meet with the project representatives, Gary Coate and Patrick Orozco, and Gary's in the audience tonight, just for information only. And that also goes for item number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Very well. As you can see on the agenda item for number 2, it indicates that staff has requested this item for continuance, as you also read. And the reason for that, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, we have some items that we are still working out with the applicant in regards to, we want to receive those items and still review them with our development review committee to make sure that these, that everything is in compliance with the North Gateway standards of the City of Hollister, with the building code, with the engineering department, with police and fire. So we're almost there. We agendized it because we thought that our development review committee occurred after we send the item for publication, but we realized during our development review committee meeting that there were still some outstanding items, and so therefore the recommendation from staff was to continue the item to a date uncertain at this time. However, we did meet with the applicant this week, and we talked to them, and we talked about all the items that are outstanding at this time. And so it looks like we're almost there. What we were hoping to do is, if it's okay with the commission, we would like for the commission to open up the public hearing and take in comments in regards to the item, and then continue the item. What we would like to do, if it's okay with the commission, we can work with you to see if we can do potentially a special meeting. July there's a legislative recess in July set by the city council, so we can't have it in July. However, August 1st is a Thursday, and if it works with the commission, we can see if we can set a special meeting for this item, and I'll basically say the same thing for item number 3, and contingent upon the applicant submitting the information that's been requested by the Development Review Committee. City review the information and come back with a recommendation of approval. So that's the recommendation from staff at this point. Any questions for staff?
Any questions for staff? Do we need to vote on this before I open up public hearing, Jason, to continue it?
I would open the public hearing and then see if anyone wants to speak, and then make the motion if it's the will of the commission, as Mr. Prado suggested.
Okay. Thank you. I will open up the public hearing now. It's 6:27. Any speaker cards on this item number 2?
We do. Gary Coates.
Evening, Gary.
Evening, Mr. Chairman, members. Excuse me, of the commission, Gary Coates here on behalf of Felipe 9 LLC, the owners of the project. We concur with your staff. We've met with them. We're finalizing some final information, which won't take us very long. In fact, probably a couple days, and we'll have that material back to the city. The reason for the request of a special meeting is that otherwise we're looking at almost a 2-month delay, and we have ourselves contractual agreements with the operators that we're dealing with, that we need to get them in by a certain date, otherwise face some penalties on our side. So, again, no one's fault, wrongdoing, just timing-wise occurred in this fashion. And so we're respectfully requesting that we be considered for a special meeting on the 1st of August. We'll make the same request for the next item as well. But hopefully that's acceptable to you. We can answer questions, but with Abraham and with Eva and the staff, we've been able to work out, I believe, all of the remaining issues, which were very limited, and we'll be ready to roll. So I can answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so it looks like you're going to be able to work out the issues like the stormwater containment, moving the sewer line, and all those.
All of that, yes.
All of those issues?
Yes, we've got that
And we'll be ready
pretty
to
much.
roll for a special meeting on the 1st.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Mhm.
Any other speakers on item number 2?
None.
Mr. Chair, I would just suggest that maybe you confer amongst yourselves to make sure that we can even establish a quorum on August 1st.
Okay, good idea, thank you. My fellow commissioners, how does August 1st work for your schedule for a special meeting?
It works for me.
I think it works for me, but I'd like to make sure if, I have to check my office computer. But I'll say it looks promising as far as that I know. I've been awfully busy lately.
No, it's an important economic development project for the
Mhm.
city, so whatever we can do to speed things up.
Right, I totally understand, yeah.
If August 1st doesn't work, would it be okay to do it the next week after that? I mean, if it's that crucial.
Thanks.
Okay, Carrie won't be here.
On the 1st?
Commissioner Johnson.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for bringing that up. We can definitely, what we would like is for it to be contingent as well as not only us receiving the information requested, but also upon city's review to make sure that everything has been met. And then at that point, we will then contact the planning commission to let you know that everything's been met, and if it is a desire to move forward with that date certain of August 1st, then we would move forward with that. If it's set tonight, if for some reason a quorum cannot be established, then we can, if it's okay with the city attorney, work out a different date with you at that time, and then see if that would work. But if it works for the majority at this time, if we can move forward with that date certain of August 1st, we can do that.
Looks promising. We'll have a quorum for August 1st.
I heard 2 definite yeses were there, and 1 maybe. I didn't hear from the other 2 commissioners. Do we know?
Seth?
At this time, August 1st shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I tentatively can attend.
Sounds like that date will probably work then.
Sounds like it'll work. And I think we're fine with moving this to, keeping the public hearing, moving it to a date on August 1st. Okay, that's what the consensus of the commission is, to go ahead and keep the public hearing open, and we'll move this on forward to August 1st for a special meeting.
Yes, if we could just actually have a formal motion to that effect.
Okay, do you have a motion to go ahead with that plan? I'll make the motion. Do a second?
I'll second.
Motion and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
See you back August 1st. You're welcome. And so, we go on to item 3, and this is very similar to item 2. I'm going to read the introduction to item 3. Minor subdivision 2018-6 and site and architectural review 2018-23. Right 13 LLC, the applicant is requesting a minor subdivision approval to subdivide a 13.19 acre parcel into 4 lots consisting of 4.25 acres, 4.01 acres, 4.07 acres, and 0.86 acres. The applicant is also requesting a site and architectural approval to construct approximately 340,000 square feet of indoor greenhouse buildings for a cannabis cultivation facility on existing agricultural land, including off-site parking and all utility connections, drainage and landscape improvements. The project site is located at Wright Road and San Felipe Road in the North Gateway and G zoning district. The location is further identified as San Benito County Assessor's Parcel Number 053-350-005. CEQA has mitigated negative declaration.
Yes. Thank you.
Abraham?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. This item is similar to item number 2. It is a one parcel consisting of 13.19 acres. The request is a minor subdivision to subdivide it into 4 lots, and also for greenhouses in a total of approximately 340,000 square feet. And same as item number 2, we respectfully request that this item also be continued until staff receives the information that's been discussed with the applicant. It's also attached in your memo as part of the packet. Staff reviews the information and is in compliance or in conformity with the Development Review Committee to recommend a recommendation for the Planning Commission. And we would also respectfully request that a special meeting be scheduled for August 1st with that contingency as well. And the recommendation would be to open up the public hearing and receive public comment. And number 2, keep the public hearing open and continue the public hearing for the minor subdivision and site and architectural review for a special Planning Commission meeting of August 1st, contingent on the applicant submitting the items and staff recommending, having a recommendation for the items. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions on the staff, for staff?
I have none.
Any questions? Thank you, Abraham. I'll open up the public hearing now at 6:35. Do we have any speakers on this item?
Gary Coates, once again.
I kind of said it all, just sit now. Same request.
And you're confident that you'll work those items out?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing now at 6:35.
If it's okay, if it could be remain open?
Oh, I opened the public hearing.
Keep it open.
Oh, my
It's
bad.
okay. It's okay.
It happens.
First of habit, I know.
Okay, that's right. We're gonna keep this public hearing open. Okay. All right, and I'll make a motion that I guess we'll need a formal motion on this,
Please.
Jason. Okay, I'll make a motion that we keep the public hearing open and forward this item on to August 1st.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now, thank you. You're welcome.
Thanks, Gary.
Okay. On item number 4, I'm going to read the project description, and then I will recuse myself. As I stated previously, that I've had a business relationship with James Matthews, that even though that, the conflict of interest in terms of time is probably well beyond expiration, for any appearance of impropriety, I would not feel comfortable deliberating on this item. So I will read the introduction of item number 4, and then I will recuse myself. And then have Vice Chair Munzer take the order in the proceedings. Tentative map 2016-3 and conditional use permit 2016-6 for PUD extension. Tony Ferraya, the applicant, is requesting the Planning Commission's approval of a tentative map and conditional use permit for a planned unit development extension. On June 22nd, 2016, the City of Hollister Planning Commission approved tentative map 2016-3 and conditional use permit 2016-6 for a planned unit development for 8 single-family homes and 3 open space lots on a 1.23 acre property. On June 14th, 2018, the Planning Commission approved a 1-year extension of the tentative map and conditional use permit for a planned unit development, which expires on June 22nd, 2019. A public hearing with the Planning Commission was scheduled on May 23rd, 2019 for this item, and the Planning Commission continued this item to a date certain of June 27th, 2019 for a lack of quorum on the item. The property is located at 1650 Cienega Road, further identified as San Benito County Assessor's parcel number 020-170-035, and CEQA is categorically exempt. Vice Chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Heboy. Can we go ahead and have the staff report, please?
Yes. Thank you. Good evening. As mentioned, the applicant is requesting an extension of an approved tentative map for the subdivision and also a conditional use permit for a planned unit development of a 1.23 acre property, and it will be subdivided into 8 single-family residential lots and 3 open space lots. You can see the open space. A is on the south of the proposed road, and then B is just across the street, and then C is just a little bit more to the west. These properties are all within the R1 LPZ Single Family Residential Performance Overlay Zoning District. The City of Hollister Planning Commission approved tentative map 2016-3 and conditional use permit 2016-6 during a duly noticed public hearing on June 22nd, 2016. And the map and the CUP were granted an extension by the Planning Commission also during a duly noticed public hearing on June 14th, 2018. Condition number 1 of the approved tentative map and conditional use permit extension from 2018 indicates that the approval expires on June 22nd, 2019, which had already passed, but at the May 23rd, 2019 Planning Commission meeting, when the item was continued, the applicant submitted a new application to just allow it a 60-day automatic extension so we could make it to this meeting today. So the previously approved resolutions were attached to the staff report, and staff recommends that the Planning Commission review the applicant's request, receive all written and oral testimony regarding the proposal, and consider approving a 1-year extension of tentative map 2016-3 and conditional use permit 2016-6 for a planned unit development. Are there any questions for staff? The applicant has provided elevation plans in the plan set. Just note that the Planning Commission does not approve elevations for single-family residential, but they are provided so you can look at them.
Great, thank you. Any questions for staff?
What's the reason for the extension?
Yeah, same question.
I believe the reason for the extension is that there was no buyer at the time, but as you can see, the applicant has switched from Jim Matthews, who's the property owner, to Tony Faria, and he is interested in the property, and so I believe that at this time there's plans to move forward with development on the property.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff?
Yes, will the cul-de-sac road, will it be a public or a private road?
I believe it will be a public road.
Okay. And who selected Hay Baylor Court?
I believe the applicant submits the road names to the
Okay.
DRC, and they're reviewed by the whole DRC. But that would have been back in 2016.
Okay.
I believe he's the owner. I believe went to the high school here, and I think he put that in a tentative map. But part of the process, as Eva mentioned, is that when they're getting ready to submit for a final map, they provide the names for the proposed roads, and the development review committee, which is made up of different entities of the city of Hollister, including police and fire, take a name, look at the road name, and they make sure that it's a name that is not consistent with any other existing names, and make sure that it can be pronounced properly, that if like 911 dispatch has to pronounce it, that it's pronounced properly and is not similar to any other name. So I think for the tentative map, I think it was just placed there, but the actual name would come at final map. So don't be surprised if it does move forward in this configuration, that the name will change. It still has to go through a certain process. Thank you for the question, though.
Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, I have a question. So what is the expectation that will occur during that extension period? And then when it comes before us again, will there have been any changes to this? So like, for example, the plans are for 8 single-family homes. Not a lot, but still, there's a lot of concern about building more houses in Hollister, right? So it's not a lot, but would anything change, or would it still be this?
So if the planning commission approves the extension on the map, they'll have 1 additional year, and the Subdivision Map Act allows for applicants to apply for up to 6 extensions, and then like 6 years worth of extensions. And there are also some other circumstances in which you can get further extensions of maps, but nothing would change on this map. I will mention that the applicant, Tony Faria, he is interested in submitting a slightly different map, and we have that application in. You'll likely see it in August or September at the Planning Commission. And so the potential buyer of the property wants to extend this map, keep it as kind of a contingency plan, but there is another map that they're more interested in pursuing. But I think you also asked about what happens in the year extension timeframe. The applicant would have a year to submit their final map and improvement plans to the engineering department and get a map recorded. Otherwise, they would have to apply for another extension.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it for the questions in regards to, for staff? Any other questions?
I was curious about the price range of the homes. I guess I know it's a market thing, but they're not considered affordable. They're not really categorized as an affordable homes, but you could, okay, thank you.
Yes, they will be market rate as far as I'm aware.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, the city engineer just gave me notice that if you recall, when they did come, as Eva mentioned on her staff report, when the applicant came last year for an extension, at that time the city was looking to try to see if we can obtain an easement on the property to try to see if we can have the crosstown pipeline come into through the property for the West Hills water plant to improve the water quality of the city of Hollister. And with the extension that Mr. Matthews provided last year, the Planning Commission along with staff worked with the applicant in having that the applicant provide that easement for the crosstown pipeline to go through the property. Essentially, it's going the applicant agreed, the Planning Commission conditioned the project in that regards, and the actual pipeline is in now. Since last year to this year, that's what's changed on site. There's an actual pipeline that goes through there. And so that certainly improves the water quality of the city of Hollister. And so at this point, like Eva said, all the applicant is asking for is another year extension. It looks like the applicant wasn't able to secure a developer, as she mentioned, and funding for the development, but it looks like the applicant now is different than Mr. Matthews, because this applicant is serious about moving forward with the development of this project. And so therefore staff would encourage that the Planning Commission look favorably upon the tentative map extension.
I have a quick question. Oh, sorry. Can you show me on the map where that pipe is?
Yeah, I believe it runs like right here, correct, Danny, through lot 4?
That's right. Parallel to the south border. So it's not going underneath anybody's houses?
No.
That's a good point, Commissioner Johnson. We do try our best to make sure that whenever there's easements, like public utility easements, that that they are in an open space area. Sometimes roads are okay, but not. We try to keep them away from houses. You're absolutely right.
So another question. So that's a really important piece of information, the water quality piece. So I'm assuming then when it does come before us again, if this gets approved and it comes before us again, that there will be information, I mean, some specific information about how it's improving the quality and who in the city of Hollister will be impacted. So will it only be like a one water district? Will it be the entire city? Will it be just a neighborhood? And then in what way? Okay.
Yeah, the pipeline that's crossing Jim Matthews' property is a component part of moving water on that side of town. We have other pipelines that are tied to our system that is moving the West Hills water to blend with our groundwater through other areas of the town. The city has, in conjunction with Sunny Slope County Water District and San Benito County Water District, 2 water treatment plants for surface water. That would be the Les Salt plant and the West Hills plant. The West Hills plant was constructed recently and is now pushing water across this pipeline. Well, they're testing it now to move it to that side of town. Mr. Matthews helped the city out a lot. I mean, during the planning and some of the construction of the route of that pipeline, we were having a difficult time running down San Benito Street and around Cienega. And he was gracious enough to grant us that easement to cross his property and saved us quite a bit of money. So I would strongly encourage the Planning Commission to grant the easement and let's move forward with it.
So then it's already improved the water, is what you're saying, and is that what
the
you're
pipeline is installed? The remaining portions of the system is being constructed currently.
Okay, yeah.
But
So-
West Hills water is being pushed throughout the system. This particular stretch is still under construction.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I would still like to see like details of that on the report. I'm assuming it will be on the report, right? Or will it not?
What we could do, Commissioner Stevens, is that we could send you the Crosstown Pipeline project file, which kind of describes the investment it's taken for the water quality to improve on the west side of Hollister as well as the downtown area. So
Okay, that would be great.
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing project that occurred. So
Yes, I
yeah.
would really appreciate that. That would be
Sure,
good.
we can email that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Danny, for the information. Any other questions? If there's no other questions, then we'll go ahead and open up to public hearing at 6:50. Do we have a speaker card on this?
We do not.
All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 6:50 as well, and bring it back to the commissioners. Any other thoughts on this?
I like the project. I think the homes are attractive. I think it's good to see. I'd say they're modest homes. They're 2, maybe 3 at the most bedrooms. So I think it's good to see. Probably younger families be able to buy homes.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Henderson, for your feedback. Any other comments? What is the pleasure of the commission on this item? And actually, Abraham, do we need 2 motions on this one for the extension and the conditional?
No, just one motion. It's just a resolution extending both.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go ahead and make the motion. Approve that we approve the tentative map, the extension of tentative map 2016-3 and conditional use permit 2016-6 for a planned unit development.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? With that, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes.
Thank you.
Let me give it, Hugh boy. Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Hugh boy.
Thank you. It's good to be back. Nice and quiet in there. Okay. All right. We're on item number 5. Site and Architectural 2018-22 and Conditional Use Permit 2019-3 for a planned unit development. Hollister Enterprises. The applicant is requesting a site and architectural and conditional use permit approval to modify the previous approval of Site and Architectural Review 2017-6 and Conditional Use Permit 2017-6, which approved 35 multifamily units, 7 duplex and 7 triplex buildings in the Roberts Ranch subdivision, tentative map 2016-1. The applicant is proposing to change the 7 previously approved duplexes into triplex residential buildings and the 7 previously approved triplex residential buildings into 4plex residential buildings for a total of 49 multifamily units. The project is located on the northeast corner of Enterprise Road and Airline Highway, further identified as San Benito County Assessor's parcel numbers 057-049-010, 057-049-002, and 020-310-009. CEQA Environmental Impact Report. And this item was continued from the regular Planning Commission meeting of May 23rd, 2019 to the regular Planning Commission meeting of today, January 27th, June 27th, excuse me, 2019.
Thank you, Mr.
Take
Chair,
care.
members of the City Planning Commission. Thank you for that introduction. On February 20th, 2018, approximately a year and 4 months ago, the City Council adopted tentative map, the tentative map for the Roberts Ranch subdivision, consisting of an area of 54.29 acres into 206 lots. 192 of those lots were approved for single-family residential units, and 14 of the lots, closer to the northwest section of the tentative map, were approved for multifamily residential. 7 of those multifamily residential lots were approved for duplex units, and 7 of those multifamily residential lots were approved for triplex units, for a total of 35 multifamily units on an area of about 2.7 acres of the total 54 acres of that site. The Planning Commission is who normally approves the tentative maps. The City Council has appointed the Planning Commission to approve tentative maps. In this case, the City Council is who adopted this tentative map after recommendation from the Planning Commission, of course, due to the parcel at that time. The majority of the parcel at that time was in the county's jurisdiction, and as part of the entitlement process, the applicant had to go through an environmental impact report for a pre-zone. And so the pre-zoning was recommended along with the tentative map by the Planning Commission in September of 2017, whereas a duly noted public hearing took place and recommended to City Council. City Council adopted the tentative map along with the pre-zone, the environmental impact report, conditional use permit, and site and architectural for this subdivision on February 20th, 2018. Again, approximately about a year and 4 months ago. This property is zoned low density residential, which allows up to 8 dwelling units per acre. 8 dwelling units per acre at 54 acres, approximately 434 units that can potentially be on that site. However, as we know, we process the tentative maps, and we need to make sure that also that parking is met, open space is met, and roads are included within that site. So after all is said and done, in this particular case, the 434 units are nearly impossible to be placed on 54 acres. So therefore, we have the 192 single-family residential units and the 14 multifamily units. I do want to say as well that as part of the recommendation or conditions of approval from Roberts Ranch, if you recall, the lots that are adjacent to the Cielo Vista existing development that's currently in the county were required to be at minimum 1/4 acre in size. They were required to be single-story units and have a setback, a rear yard setback of, I believe it was 25 feet. It's all in the conditions of approval. However, tonight we're not dealing with the overall subdivision. We're not dealing with the 192 single-family homes. All we're dealing with is the 14 multifamily lots that are in the northwest corner of the subdivision, of the approved subdivision, approximately 2.7 acres. And all that's being proposed tonight is essentially changing, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, in your introduction, the 7 duplex residential units into triplexes and the 7 triplex approved residential units as fourplexes. As approved, there's 35 multifamily units there, but with this change, it would change from 35 to 49 multifamily residential units. The City Council, and of course in discussions with the Planning Commission as well, has acknowledged the high need for multifamily housing, for rental housing in the City of Hollister. The City Council back in February 20th, 2018, when they approved this tentative map, actually required that there would be a condition that upon the 165th single-family residential home to be issued a building permit for construction, that all of the multifamily be constructed and occupied. So they wanted to make sure, City Council wanted to make sure that the multifamily was also going to be a part of the overall development of the subdivision. And so we want to indicate that as part of this resolution, this draft resolution before you, if you act upon it with no changes, those same conditions stand for this change as well. The multifamily area, as mentioned, is the only section that's being considered tonight, and this is a focus image. And there's also a sheet as part of your package, sheet C1-18, that shows the focus of the multifamily area with the 14 lots. That's not changing. The units, each unit in the triplex and each unit on the fourplex that's being proposed, it's going to range in size from 910 square feet of livable space to 1,016 square feet of livable area. And they're all going to be essentially 2-bedroom residential units. The triplex building and fourplex buildings would have a farmhouse architectural style and a craftsman's architectural style. The farmhouse architectural style would have a roofline variation, a front porch entry, architectural trim on all of the windows, and shutters on some of the upstairs windows. One of the triplex units and one of the fourplex units, as you can see on the plans before you or in the packets that you received, would be single-story, and then it would step up to 2-story on the rest of the units. The craftsman's buildings are similar in style and have window trim on some of the windows instead of shutters, and a roof awning instead of a gable on the right elevation of the building. Parking requirements per section 17.18 of the Hollister Municipal Code indicate that for every multifamily residential building that has up to 2 bedrooms, 1.5 parking stalls per unit be associated with those units, and for every unit that has 3 or more bedrooms, 2 parking spaces be associated with those units. And in addition, there should be 1 guest parking for every 4 residential units. So therefore, the applicant has proposed 49 total 2-bedroom multifamily units from the 35 that were already approved. And all the 49 units are going to be 2-bedroom units. And so 1.5 at 49 units is 87 spaces that would be required. And so And so the applicant is proposing a one-car garage for every unit, every triplex building, and a one-car garage for every of the fourplex buildings. And in addition to that, there will be a driveway right adjacent to that garage that will be at least 10 feet in width and 18 feet in length that would meet another parking space. And so therefore, the applicant is providing on-site or off-street, not on the street, but on the property itself, a total of 98 parking spaces. One of the things that we discussed during our development review committee meeting, police and fire being present, and parking is always an issue when it comes to housing, commercial. Parking is one of the issues that we usually confront as planners and the fire department and police department. And so when we were talking about this particular project, we were talking about how, usually people don't necessarily park their vehicles in the garage. Usually they use the garage for storage. And so we brought, of course, whenever we discuss in our development review committees, we usually right away try to get a notice of incomplete and send it to the applicant, and then we meet with the applicant to express our concerns that happen at the development review committee. And when we expressed this concern, the applicant indicated that because this section, the 2.7 acres with these 14 lots for multifamily is they're going to be for rental units, and they're going to be multifamily. The code actually requires, Hollister Municipal Code section 17.04.040 requires that the applicant or property owner provide a plan for continuous maintenance to the city. And so prior to issuance of the building permit, there is a condition in the resolution that requires that the applicant provide to staff a plan for continuous maintenance. And in that plan, this plan for continuous maintenance would be similar to like a rental contract with the future tenants for the space, or like a codes of covenants and restrictions, CC&Rs. And as part of that, what the applicant has shown that they're going to be placed on these CC&Rs or rental restrictions, and as part of the conditions is that the garage is going to be required to be always open for a vehicle to be able to park in the garage. So it cannot be used for storage, or storage cannot impede for a vehicle to park in the garage. As a condition of approval as well, the applicant has the option to provide like a storage shed on the lot, but the garage would have to be as part of the plan for continuous maintenance, would have to be open for a vehicle to be able to park in the garage. And then with the driveway, that's going to be open as well, that would have the space for another vehicle. The applicant meets and exceeds the parking requirements for the 49 residential units within the 14 lots. This is another zoom in on the 2.7 acre for the multifamily portion of the Roberts Ranch tentative map. One of the differences that's also coming before you tonight is that along the rear property line of the units that are going to be along the proposed park extension, because as part of the tentative map, the applicant is required to add an additional 2.54 acres to the existing Valley View Park, commonly known as a well park. And so their common open space is going to be basically extend the existing park in that area. And so the multifamily, some of the triplexes and fourplexes that are going to be abutting the park will be required to have a stucco fence, more like an aesthetically pleasing stucco fence all along the rear boundary, and each unit would be required to have a gate. So and there's going to be a 5-foot walkway all along, as to have the tenants who live in that area to be able to have a rear access and have more people present within the park, kind of more like a eyes on the park type of component. And so originally what was discussed at the development review committee meeting, there's in other areas there's like a low raised stucco fence with the gate. And that was the original proposal, which really looked very nice, and it was a really nice concept. Every gate would be illuminated, and so as to provide illumination for pedestrians that are walking, especially tenants at night. But police had concern about the low raised fence, so then the condition actually says that it should be at 6 feet, and it should be a stucco fence, aesthetically pleasing. So that's going to be a part of the conditions of approval, that they provide that prior to building, if it's approved by you tonight. The site actually shows the extension of the park, the 2.5 acre park. There's a it looks like a little a baseball field that's being proposed. This is just conceptual. As part of the original tentative map, the conditions of approval indicate that they have to actually work with the city and go before Parks and Rec Commission to establish the type of park use that's going to go there. For tonight, we're not focusing on the park. All we're focusing on tonight is the 14 multifamily lots, changing them from the 7 duplexes to 7 triplexes, and the 7 triplexes to 7 fourplexes, for a total of 49 multifamily units instead of the 35 that were approved. So just want to end by saying that the proposed project would fully utilize and improve an underutilized vacant site identified in the city's general plan as vacant land inventory, low density residential. And with the approval of the conditional use permit before you as well, the proposed project would provide a mix of housing types to serve the housing needs of the city. The original 35 multifamily units provided a component of 15% multifamily to the 85% single family. With this additional 14 units multifamily, that multifamily component goes up to 25% to the 75% single family, to allow for multifamily stock in the city. There's a high need based on our housing element, as discussed in the past. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission review the applicant's request, receive all written and oral testimony regarding the proposal, and approve site and architectural review application number 2018-22 and conditional use permit number 2019-3, subject to the findings and condition contained in the draft resolution. Are there any questions for staff?
Thank you. I do have a question, and you may not be able to answer it, but I want to buy you first, okay?
Absolutely.
Because I know that site circulation is really important here, and it's mentioned that Mimosa will eventually connect over to Union, and then Union will connect to Fairview. Do you have an idea when that might happen?
Yeah. Yes. You brought up a good point, Chairperson Huboy. That is correct. So the extension, the current east terminus of Mimosa with this project would be required to extend essentially northerly to the north terminus of this project site, which would be adjacent to the already approved west of Fairview Award Homes development to the north. And as you mentioned, when west of Fairview extends or develops, the requirement would be that they extend Mimosa to the future extension of Union, because Union, where it ends right now near Sierra Vista School, the east terminus, essentially with the Ward Home subdivision, that's going to connect to Fairview Road, and I believe that's going to be a controlled intersection in the future, right? Okay, I just got the yes from the city engineer.
Abraham, you may also want to add in that the Ward Homes, they're in plan review at this time, but also there's a condition on the Roberts Ranch to provide for that connection out to Fairview until the Union Mimosa takes place.
Thank you for that, Danny. Yes, so the city engineer just indicated that at this time, the Award Homes subdivision is currently under review with the city engineer for a final map. So that process, they want to make sure when it's under review for a final map by the city engineer, essentially what they're doing is making sure that all the conditions of approval that were adopted with the adoption of the tentative map, and in that particular case, they have a development agreement, that all of that has been met. And so at that point, then they can come before the city council to get that subdivision improvement agreement and then move forward with construction. We don't have a construction set date, but I believe that as part of their development agreement, I believe that they have until 2023, if I'm not mistaken, award homes. However, Danny did mention as well that when we were before the city council requesting review and adoption of this tentative map, Roberts Ranch, the concern came up that what if Award Homes doesn't come first? What if Roberts Ranch comes first, and then there's no extension of Mimosa that will connect on Union for Union to connect to Fairview, and at that point, then it would essentially the development Roberts Ranch would have access through Mimosa, and so on the dais during that evening, what was recommended and put as a condition of approval is that on the east section of the Roberts Ranch, there's currently, if you can see in the mouse, there's currently an easement that would require that punches through to Fairview for a second connectivity, with the requirement that upon the extension of Mimosa with the Ward Homes and connection to Fairview, that then at that point that goes away. That second access goes away. But in the meantime, as long as if Ward Homes doesn't go, in the meantime, the secondary access would be off of Fairview Road, and I believe that would be a right in, right out only. Yeah, for safety reasons. So yes, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it would help take some of the congestion off Enterprise and Highway 25.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that would be paramount. So
Absolutely.
it sounds like it's going to happen by 2023.
The Award Homes, I believe, off the top of my head, I don't have the file for that, but off the top of my head, I believe that they had their development agreement indicate that it should go until 2023. But they have their plans in already, so it can be a lot sooner than that. Okay. But I believe that's their deadline. Roberts Ranch, at this point, they have a 2-year approval on their tentative map. It got approved February 2018, so they have until February 2020 to submit and get an approval for subdivision improvement agreement. Otherwise, they would come before you to request an extension. But in talks with Roberts Ranch, it appears that they will meet that deadline at this time. Still, they've already have their engineers contacting staff, and it looks like they're moving forward. But we don't have a formal submittal yet. But in talks with them, that's what they've indicated.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the staff report?
I have a couple questions. You said that they, it's like CCNRs. Is this gonna be are these gonna be rentals, or are these gonna be homeowners that are gonna be in these triplexes and?
Good question, Commissioner Johnson. Yeah, so the original approval for these were essentially 14 lots, and each of the units are going to be multifamily. So essentially, each lot can be sold, but the units themselves are going to be multifamily. They cannot sell each individual unit. The only way they can do that is coming back to the planning commission and seeking like a condo conversion to convert the apartments into condominiums, or where they can be each individually. Each unit can be, even if they're attached, they can be their own unit. In this case, they're not. They're going to be multifamily. So if somebody, there can be 14 separate owners possibly, but they will own, at this point, they will own the number of units attached, not individually. Right.
So like each unit, so if it's a triplex, so those 3 triplex, even that triplex is going to be pretty much managed by one owner.
Correct.
Okay, so that's where I'm asking for that reason is how are they going to enforce this no parking, or not parking, no using the garage as another room, because it happens, garage conversions, and not just use it for storage, actually using it for a car. Is there going to be a way to manage that, I guess.
Yeah, good question, Commissioner Johnson. And that was a big discussion at our DRC meeting, especially from fire and police. Long discussion. And I mean, we to the point where we continued the item internally and brought it back to the following DRC. So we had a couple of cracks at this project, not just one. And so the condition of approval would require that prior to issuance of a building permit, that they provide us with a plan for continuous maintenance. And in that plan, it has to state that the vehicle will be, and it would be as part of a rental agreement or CC&Rs. And so as part of that, the condition also requires that be recorded. So it's going to be recorded on the deed for each of the lots. And so it has to be followed to the point where if not followed, the potential tenant can even, break apart from the contract and possibly be able to, unfortunately, lose the lease of the unit. So that's what the applicant indicated, and we're solidifying it as a condition of approval. So we will not issue a building permit if approved, until we get a plan for continuous maintenance, and we look at it and make sure we'll make sure that police fire is good with that, and staff development services, and then we will sign off on it until we see that.
That's a good question from Commissioner Johnson.
Absolutely.
Also, that's very hard to enforce that. It works in theory because we don't have presently we don't have a covered parking ordinance.
Correct. And they are providing the covered parking, one for each, and that was the issue. Normally not a lot of people park in their garages. They use it for storage.
Mm-hmm.
So in this particular case, without breaching too much into the law, they are able to provide, because it's going to be owned by whoever's going to manage it is able to provide that requirement. And so we just want to make sure that is submitted to us and we review and approve before.
That's about the best we can do.
Right. That's correct. That's correct.
Any other questions on the staff report?
I have a few questions and comments. I know that you're asking us to focus on this piece of that whole development project. It's really tough to do that, though, because we're in the middle of a lot of growth and a lot of worries around growth. So it's really hard to just single this out. I'm not really happy that the images that we were given in our packet as well as in the presentation today doesn't show the whole area, because obviously this represents that small corner, but it's going to lead to the rest of them, 191 homes. When you think about the number of people that's going to house, and we're talking about like 600 people, maybe more, and that's a lot of people. And we still have the issue in our city that we don't have the infrastructure to support all this growth. So I'm just really concerned. I do acknowledge that I face a dilemma, because I do agree that we need these smaller units because people just really can't afford to live in these large homes. So we need some smaller homes, and I appreciate that and acknowledge that. And with that, I still am really worried that we do not have the infrastructure to support this. We don't have the schools, we don't have the roads. I'm not sure what our fire and police are telling the city, but I'm just going to make this comment. Last week, or was it last week, or maybe it was about 10 days ago, there was a fire near the kennels out by Riverside Road. All of our fire was there to help put out that. There was a lot of winds, there was a lot of worry that they weren't going to be able to put it out and it was going to spread. Had there been some other fire in another part of our city, which actually there was, but we had to get help somewhere else, right? But if there was a small fire, like in a home or something, I just don't know how we deal with that. So I am really concerned about that. So I'd like to hear more about how the police and fire think that they're going to be able to cover this area. That's a lot of homes. That's a lot of people. And again, I strongly object when you present a project that you only present to us a portion of it. I feel like it's a misrepresentation of what of what's going to be there. What it appears is that we're only looking at 49 homes, but really what we're looking at is 191 homes. We're just doing it piecemeal. And I just think that that misrepresents what we're doing. So I'm really concerned about that. So I would just like to hear a little bit more about that. The other thing that concerns me about the design of this is that there's only one way to get in and out. So there's that one street, I believe that's the extension of Enterprise to get in and out, and then there's a circle. That just seems like a lot of congestion for 49 homes, a lot of people, a lot of kids. So anyway, I just wanted to make those comments, and I do want to hear from you a little bit more about, police and fire, and some of the other issues of infrastructure, how we're going to continue to support this, and not just the 49 that are represented in this illustration here, but also the 191 that will end up being the entire project.
If I might just say something, and I appreciate your comments, but I think that what we're looking at this evening is this project has been previously approved. And I know I appreciate your concerns, but what we're looking at is the aspect of and maybe please jump in here if I'm wrong, if I'm incorrect, but we're looking at the conversion of the triplexes to fourplexes and the duplexes to triplexes, and that is what is on the table for discussion. It's not the total parameter of the project. Am I correct? I mean,
Yeah, it's if I may, this is the type of development that California, and in particular Hollister, needs, right? We need density. It's concerning because many of our residents that work locally are school psychologists, are school social workers, municipal staff, municipal police officers. They can't live here, right? They have a very hard time living here, affording a single-family home. And so this multifamily dense type of development gives us an opportunity for our people that work locally to live here and not have to commute 2 hours each way to the valley. In terms of police and fire, each of these units will be paying into a CFD. And so each unit will pay into a CFD for police and fire coverage, and that's a tax that'll be on each of those units annually. And so, that is one way that we're recouping some of the costs of dialing 911, our CFD 5. So that is a positive thing. Each unit within this, especially the multifamily development, will be paying that CFD cost. And
can you explain what CFD?
Yeah, so
means?
CFD, so that stands for Community Facilities Districts. And so we have a CFD 4 and a CFD 5. CFD 4 covers park maintenance. And so we're saying Unit A in the one building will have a impact on our parks of, we'll say, $500 a year. And so they are taxed $500 a year for their impacts on our parks. So maintenance, upkeep, and so that's annually, and that's forever. And it increases with CPI over time. CFD 5 covers police and fire services. And I believe that initial cost for CFD 5, and I'm looking at Eva just to make sure, it's about $730.
I believe it's 750, but don't take my word on it.
So-
I would have to look.
Yeah, thank you. So $750, that unit will start paying in year one, and that'll gradually go over time. And so we are recouping costs from each unit and each single-family unit that's built in the community through the CFD. Not every property has a CFD. Many properties that were built 50 years ago, maybe even 25 years ago, are not annexed into CFDs. Anything that's new that's coming into the city of Hollister will be in a CFD. We take their engineers' estimates as to what a park may cost over time in terms of city maintenance. That factors into a budget, and that budget is attached to that property tax bill every year. It's a way for us to recoup costs. You can never recoup 100%, of police and fire, but it's, you know, in the past, it was only about $350, and so that was the old CFD number 2. So,
Also, the context where this development is close to the fire station on Union and Valley View.
yeah,
So, I mean,
Yeah.
it'd be a
It-
pretty good response time.
That's right.
Just by the proximity of the fire department there.
yeah.
Also, Brian, if you don't mind sharing, you have a personal story that goes along with this a few years ago that speaks to the shortage of this style of homes.
Yeah, it's a boring story, but yeah. So I moved from Illinois, the Chicago area, to Hollister, and I tell you one thing: I couldn't find a place to rent in this community. I had to live about a month and a half in a Motel 6, and it's scary. How many people are? We're talking multiple generations of families living in one single family home, because there's nowhere to go here. There's rental stock is very hard to find. The apartments that are available, or there's waiting lists for them. So this is really, if we think about development and we think about density, this is what we need in this community. So it's an exciting opportunity to provide just more units, more dense units for this community to be able to utilize. So
I appreciate it. You may think it's a boring story, but it speaks to the challenges of a lot of people that are facing the shortage of small units like this in this community.
it's scary, and I don't have the numbers on the high school or the school districts, but we lose many teachers per year because it's hard to work here, to live here on the salary that they're on. So.
And also in theory is that having a diversity of housing types, it helps stabilize neighborhoods.
It helps stabilize neighborhoods, helps with our RENA numbers. Single-family homes, they're great. They're not sustainable, right? There's 40 million people in this state. There's not enough single-family homes. So we need to go vertical, and we need to get dense like this. So.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I totally appreciate it, and I acknowledge that there is a dilemma for me in this, because I know that the need exists. I mean, I know the need exists for people like school teachers and school psychologists, and I also know that this is going to be a real burden on our schools, and we haven't done a whole lot to help to expand our schools. So having said that, I mean, I feel like I feel like our infrastructure is not ready to support the number of people that are going to be coming with these houses, and not just this project, because we have a lot of other projects that are in the works. So as we continue to add them without anything else to sustain these people, it's not that we don't need the houses. I appreciate that, and I acknowledge it. And in fact, if we had better infrastructure, I would be in full support of this kind of a project, because this is exactly what we need. And I have a similar story that you do with a family member of mine that could not find a place to live after they had to move out of a place here in Hollister and had to move somewhere else. I appreciate that. We have to also acknowledge that we don't have the roads, the schools, and other infrastructure to support this, and that's what I worry about. And we still have a lot of other houses in the works right now that are in process, that are going to be built before this even gets started. So I just want to acknowledge that I understand, but it is a dilemma, because we need this kind of housing and we need the infrastructure to support it.
I appreciate that, and keep in mind when we talk about infrastructure, the subdivider, the developer for this project will be paying impact fees, and so the impact fees that we're going to collect are going to help improve road networks in the future, with especially traffic impact fees. So, they're building a gold standard park for us. They're extending Whale Park. We'll call it Whale Park, I think, and I'm just speaking from the director of the department. It's difficult when I talk to staff that they have such a hard time, like, finding a place on their own, and we want to retain good people here, and this is just another opportunity to be able to at least provide someone,
Right.
a place to live. So.
Yeah, and speaking in general terms, am I correct to say that the only way to really improve infrastructure is through sensible growth?
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, we're getting road networks built because of this project's extensions. right now it's a field. So, they've done a really good job, at least doing their efforts to make it, doable with the new roads, so.
All right, thank you. Roxanne, any other comments?
No, I'm just gonna let my comments down. I mean, it is a chicken and egg. I know that, a dilemma, but it doesn't change the fact that right now we're in a really difficult spot when it comes to a lot of these things. It's like, I wish that we would have the resources to be able to build the things that we need to be able to sustain the families that will move into these big developments, because we need the housing, but we also need the other ones. So I wish that we would have that first and stop like overburdening what we already have in Hollister, which is just not enough.
Okay.
So I'll just let my comments down at that.
Thank you, Roxanne. Any other comments on the staff report?
I do have one more. Are these market rate apartments or triplexes?
Good
Are
question.
they marketplace? Are they affordable?
Good question, Commissioner Johnson. At this point, normally the applicant would tell us upfront if they're going to be affordable or not. And at this case, they're not. They're going to be market rate. Doesn't mean that later that can change. But this is a market rate multifamily housing, which we also need of. Brian was mentioning the need for market rate housing. We do have affordable housing that's currently being built, but there's not nearly enough. But we also are in dire need of multifamily family housing at market rate as well.
Okay, are we good to move on? Any other comments?
Yeah, I have a comment. Well, I'd just first like to say I'm a little concerned with the order in which we're proceeding. It was asked if we had questions for staff, and I just want to respectfully point out that, Commissioner Stevens, that, you asked a couple questions, but most of what you said was commentary, and we haven't even had the public hearing yet. So I think it's important that we not go into commentary about how we feel about an item when we haven't even heard from the public yet, because I don't think we should be given the impression of which direction we're leaning when the public hasn't even had their say yet. So I just wanted to express that concern, and I have studied the Rosenberg's Rules of Order, and I believe that I'm correct in the order in which things should happen. So I just wanted to make that comment. And I also wanted to just ask a question to staff about the square footage impact. When we went from triplex to fourplex, was there an impact to the square footage of the units?
Good question, Commissioner Henderson. Essentially, the square footage, the livable space, did get reduced a little bit on some of these units. Essentially, the footage, the square footage of the building itself, the lot sizes, they're pretty much the same. They have to be significantly compatible to what was approved by the City Council. So that's not changing. The building itself, the size of the units would be reduced a little bit, but still within the habitable space requirement that is required by the building permit for people to live in. And there are 950 or so square feet to a little bit over 1,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Oh, thank you, Kevin. Thank you.
In regards to the question that was brought up earlier, as far as the access into that development, being that there's two, there was also, if I remember, some EVSs that were put in place into Cielo Vista in case of an emergency. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner Munzer. The emergency vehicle access would be off of there's two into Cielo Vista. One of them, if you can see in the mouse, kind of on the eastern side of Cielo Vista would be a 20-foot EVA. There's also going to be public utility that are going to be essentially stubbed into that site per the tentative map that was approved. And then also on the northern side of Cielo Vista, as well. In all honesty, like in order for us to follow our general plan as indicated, the original recommendation from staff would have been for there to be interconnectivity. That's what our general plan circulation element indicates. City Council sympathized with members of the public, and that's fine. City Council, Planning Commissions, you have your right to do so, and so it came to an agreement that there weren't going to be regular access, that it would just be emergency vehicle access at that point, but they were established as emergency vehicle access with utilities to go to be stubbed out at that area as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Are we good? Okay. Without any further comments or questions, I'll open up the public hearing now at 7:37. You have any speaker cards on this item, Brian?
We do. Chris Stevens.
Yes.
So I live, Roxanne's my mother, so, but anyhow, I live on Mimosa. So I live right there. I take Enterprise and Fairview quite often. So I don't know if many of you guys have traveled down there, how fast they drive over there. You're gonna put that many more houses there with that kind of traffic going through there, it's just gonna slow stuff down. Okay? So my main concern is I tried to put my daughter in Sierra Vista. One of the things was the main thing. And I know you guys are disapproved or whatever, but there was 31 students in 4 kindergarten classes. So adding this many more houses, talking about the staff overwhelmed, okay? Then you're gonna make these rental properties and you wanna make it eligible for staff or people to live here. But the problem is that if these owners wanna jack up these prices to make more money on the dollar, they can, which will make it unaffordable for some of the staff. So my concern is you're gonna build this here, which obviously our infrastructure really isn't here. We have jobs that we don't have jobs that can afford these houses or rent here. We have some. But the problem I see is that if we can't build any more jobs here or bring people in here, this is just a dream. Because we're just gonna bring more people from other parts of other cities just coming straight to here. Okay? I travel to Salinas for my work. Fortunate, I go against traffic. My travel time is about 30 minutes. Coming home, hour and a half. 156. 25. My wife, she works in Santa Clara. 2.5 hours just to get to work. Gets home at 7 o'clock. Let's add some more homes here. Let's add some more traffic to my wife to get home. Now her 7 may become 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock. Just so you know, I got 2 kids. A 1.5-year-old and a 5-year-old. The 1.5 goes to bed at 8 o'clock. That's 1 hour my wife gets to spend with my child. She leaves at 5:30 in the morning. I leave at 5:30 in the morning, sometimes earlier. So building these kind of developments like this in the community, I understand it. But when you're putting it in an area where it's already populated, I don't agree with it. And if we don't have infrastructure for the jobs, you're putting a bigger burden on this town. I mean, we got shops that are closing over here. I mean, we have more people here, but I mean, local businesses can't stay afloat. So let's have more people so we can shut down more little businesses or not even bring any more businesses here. So my concern is that as the city grows, which is gonna happen, I understand that, but before we step with our left foot, let's take a step back and really, really see the burden that you're gonna put on this town. Okay? And just so you know, I did buy my house. I did look at the quality of these other houses built. I turned away. I know how these houses are going up. Myself, I'm in construction. I know how they're going up. I know how long these houses sit out because they were building just right across the street from Sierra Vista, and I see these houses just sitting out there with roofs not on. So, my main concern is that you're not hearing us, the people in this town. I've lived here since I was 16 years old. I remember the orchards over here. I remember actually driving through town to actually get out of town. I remember those fields, running through them, taking my dogs through them. Now you're going to take it away. I understand. We need to help people out with the houses. But when you're selling these houses to people and they're going to rent them, are you going to have a rent control on it? You're going to have a hall monitor going to house to check everyone's garage? Because I think you can't. I think you need to give notice to the resident before you can even look into their house. So you give them a notice. What are they going to do? Put the stuff inside. Or what are they going to do? Put storage in there and drive their motorcycle right between it? You're going to say no storage? Come on. Really? People are going to use it for storage. Everyone does. You know, it's a nice dream to think that, but it's not going to happen. You're just going to overburden this community, this little part of this division. Okay, and I've lived in this community on and off for 16 years. I grew up in Fairhaven. I bought a house 2 blocks away because of the community. So this is my concern for this place, all right? One, of course, for my daughter or for any other kid. In a school district that can't provide the proper education for the kids because the staff, the teachers, the aides are overwhelmed. And then you have kids on the side. What are you going to do? Put 35 students, 36 students, 37 students? Or is there another school going to get built? Question mark? Right? So until you can start answering those questions, let's build a school to take some of this burden off. So some of those kids can go over here. You know, let's make the school bigger. So I love this town. I grew up thinking I was going to get out of here, not come back, but I couldn't. I had to come back. This is my town. And to see a lot of the stuff that's really going on here and the developing, how fast it's going up, you're moving way too fast. And I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings, if I am, but that's the truth. We are moving way too fast. If we could slow it down just a little bit and let this community catch up, we might have a chance. But enterprise, 1 entryway, maybe a 2nd entryway, sounds good. You know, sounds good. So does winning the lottery. But in all reality, I'm against this. I'm against this now. Until you can develop stuff to actually really deal with our problems. Are you going to make Fairview 4 lanes? Enterprise 4 lanes? You're going to take that stop sign out between Fairview and Enterprise and put another stop sign to make more congestion? Just a thought. Then what are people going to do? They're going to find more back ways to get around. So I'm against the developing now, yes. Later on, maybe not, if we're ready for it. And right now, we're not.
Okay, thank you.
Lori Woodle?
Good evening. My name is Lori Woodle, and I live at 1070 Buena Vista Road. And I just had a few comments that I just wanted to clarify, just because I am involved in a few things in the community. I sit on the Measure M and V community with the Hollister School District, and there is a new school going in at Santana Ranch, which is K through 8. So I just want to, that groundbreaking is going on on that. So I just wanted to, let the community know that there is this new school going on out there. And also with the SB1 funds that are now coming into the city and the county, there are many opportunities for road improvements. It's been probably about $3 million that have come into our communities between the city and the county over the last about a year and a half. And with the Measure G money that's going to start coming into the community in July, which was adopted by us voters, and us taxpayers are paying it. Those dollars are going to be coming in beginning in July because that started being collected in April. So those are opportunities for us here. Also with the expansion or widening of Highway 152 between Hollister and San Juan Bautista. I commute. I'm out there every day. I go to Salinas. I leave early. I come home. I drive the back roads to get there. I don't like it, but that's my life as well, and I completely sympathize. So I just wanted to make a couple of statements to clarify a few things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's it. Is the applicant here this evening? The applicant?
Good evening, Commissioners. Richard Scagliotti, Hollister, California. You scared my partner, one of the partners off in Hollister Enterprises, I think. You wouldn't come up here. Thank you for your time tonight, and you know what's before you. And just to briefly recap what was said about Brian when Councilman Clower was on and this project was in its planning phases, he told that same story, and he asked that we consider building some apartments in this project, which we absolutely agreed with. And unfortunately, what was submitted and approved wasn't what I thought, and a few of the other ones was what he wanted, which was what was previously approved. Abraham was like 1,500 square foot, 2-car garage. They look like a townhouse, but they're considered multifamily. So as time went on and we listened to Carson, we listened to the needs of the community, and we looked at the footprint. The footprint we took, we did not go outside that same building envelope. The lot never changed. We used the same lot in the same building envelope, and we added a single story on each lot, thinking, okay, now, we're making smaller units. They're 2 bedrooms. So the majority of the people will either be probably single or young married couples without a lot of children. But it really doesn't matter. We're not going to restrict it. We will restrict in the CC&Rs and the covenants on these 14 units to the amount of people that can live or occupy the unit. The other issue was we made them, that one unit now is all handicapped. So each triplex has a single story and each fourplex has a single story unit, which is all handicapped, accessible, which was, we were told would be a great thing for people, seniors that wanted to rent a single story, that didn't want 2 stories. So that's what we did. We went and talked to staff. Staff said, we think it's a great idea, move forward. So here we are. We decided we'd go back for site and architectural review. As you know, the project was approved almost 2 years ago for the single family and the 35 units. I think the option is, to put it bluntly, you want 35 or 49 of a better product that this community was asking for. The only request I have tonight is a clarification, and it's my fault, not staff's, but I ran upon it today, is the conditions of approval. There's a condition in here that I think you each have a copy that I sent to you, that the city manager signed. This was a vesting map which vested the fees on the project at the June 17th, not the May meeting. Subdivision Map Act calls out with a deemed application of completeness, your vesting tentative map is invested where new fees cannot be reassigned to that project. So that was the only thing That and the other item on here was 48 was the parks. Roberts Ranch has, or whoever goes forward if Roberts Ranch developers don't, has to build the extension of the whale park. So there is a separate agreement that talks about by the 145th home being built on Roberts Ranch, the park has to be completed. The apartments have to be completed by the 164th home. So they can't pull the 165th permit in their single-family project, whoever builds it, unless the park is completed. And that was put in there because, as all of you are aware, projects in the past says, yeah, we're gonna build you apartments, and 10 years later they came back and they said no. And I sat in a meeting here one night when one of the commissioners at that time says, you're just gonna take it to the council and get it overturned. And that person was right. You know, a month later it got overturned and the apartments went away. So they came up with, we want these to get built, so we're gonna put a condition on it, you know. And the way it's worded, it's not fiscally feasible to not build the apartments, because if you don't build the apartments, you can't build the last, 165 out of 192, that amount of homes, but the infrastructure and everything will be sitting there, so it'll be very expensive not to do that. I don't know if you have any other questions, but that's kind of the short of how we got where we're here. Was Brian's story from Councilman, Carson Clower at the time, and staff about apartments. So here we are. We were just trying to do what we were directed to do. We all know we have problems here, but again, I think we're all, chipping away at them as we can with different funding sources and different projects. So if you have any questions, I think I gave you the documents I'm asking for. I don't know if staff, and again, it's my fault, Abraham, I didn't even, until I got these, you've been backed up when I got the conditions, and I finally read that thing, I said, oh, that's not the right language, because the city manager's letter's right here attached, plus the part of the SIG, which is the subdivision improvement of the park agreement.
Can I get some staff feedback on what Mr. Scagliotti is talking about? It's
Yeah.
sometimes a little difficult when we get
Yes.
in here with big, huge packets, and we get sometimes letters here. It's hard to read it right at the date.
Yeah,
of
the
commission.
project has a reimbursement agreement to construct the park. The project also has a vesting tentative map, which locked in those fees at the time of when the council approved them, which was February 2018. And so Mr. Scagliotti, I believe, is just giving the Plan Commission a reminder that the new fees will not be, this project will not be subjected to the new fees.
So, I think that's, he was saying that those fees were locked in when it was previously approved.
That's right.
Okay. All right.
Which
You're good on that.
excuse me, in the new conditions, it locked them in at the tentative map approval. And the tentative map approval was a lot later than it was supposed to be, because council members wanted it continued, not staff. But council members asked staff, and we agreed. We didn't care at the time. We said, okay, take your time. They were going through quite a bit of changes, right, Abraham, at that time? They wanted to do some different things they wanted to take care of.
I believe the Planning Commission reviewed it in September of 2017, and then it didn't go to City Council till February of 2018.
So
Okay.
that's kind of where we're at, and that's what, I'm asking you to consider this. This is, it's not ours, it's the city manager's agreement with us. And I wanted to make these new conditions, compatible with what we had in our hand. And again, we've got 35 units. We can, if you, see that this is a bad project or a bad thing, so be it. We'll build the 35 units, but the 192 single family are going to stay too. So, that's basically our choices tonight. So, and I thank you for listening to me.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Scagliotti?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that concludes the speakers this evening on this item. So I will close the public hearing now at 4 minutes to 8. I appreciate Mr. Stevens, your comments. And just to go back, when I first moved to this community, I had an office in Campbell. I'm an architect. And we came down here and bought a home that my wife was pregnant, bought a home over off of Wilma Drive, which is something that we couldn't afford anything else anywhere in the other, where we're living up in Redwood Estates. And I had a commute on Highway 25, and I know all about that. Raised a child here, went to schools here in Hollister. And I realized that, and also I've seen that this is the issue of being a bedroom community. Without not having enough jobs locally and going through a lot of residential growth. And I think that what I've been, and one of the reasons I'm here just as planning commission, working on a general plan, is I think that we can work towards creating our own identity with having a balance of residential growth and also commercial growth. And I think that it's in the picture. I think that there's a lot going for the city of Hollister, that we can do that. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some work. We have to be patient. I know there, Lori Whittle said that there is another school in Santana, which will help. But we have a lot of work to be done here. But it's what's important to me, and I've always been, as an architect, I've always been, with the projects that I really like to do, some of it is workforce housing or affordable housing. And I think that's what we really need in our community. And we're looking at this aspect of the project, which was previously approved, is the conversion of the duplexes to triplexes and the triplexes to fourplexes. And I think that it takes common sense. If you're just taking that same footprint and creating smaller units, you're going to be able to make those units, albeit their market rate, more affordable. So this is the aspect I'm focusing in on, but I'm also giving a little bit about my background because I appreciate your comments and appreciate your passion about this. And I think that there's a lot of work that to be done to make our community have an identity and transition from a bedroom community so we don't have to deal with all the traffic issues on 152 and Highway 25. And I think that we can do it, but it's going to take some time to do it. But one of the things that we need to work on is having stable neighborhoods. And it's not just what I say, not just building homes, but building neighborhoods. And that's why I support this. Any other comments?
I just want to comment that, you know, I also drive, I commute to San Jose, to the near the airport every day. So yeah, I'm also affected by the traffic issues. One thing that I personally done to try to help the situation is I started carpooling with a friend. So that's one less car on the road. So I mean, that's something that, you know, all of us can do. You know, if you're commuting, you know, why don't we think about how can we get more carpools going, you know, until we can get through this period of, you know, Highway 25 not being expanded. As far as this project's concerned, I mean, you know, it's like, you know, has been said multiple times, this is an already approved project. The question here tonight is, do we allow the more units to go in, going from 35 to 49? I say absolutely yes. It's a good idea because, you know, we are in a housing crisis and it's hard for people to find places to rent. So I also support that. Also, I just want to comment on, you know, there's a lot of comments made, you know, social media about our infrastructure and how it's not sufficient. You know, obviously there are some issues. I personally would like it if I don't know if there was a way for staff to communicate more with the public or make things more visible to the public as far as, you know, do we have an infrastructure problem, and what is it? You know, what are we lacking? You know, because all I hear is we don't have the infrastructure. Well, that's not enough for me. I'm an engineer. I need data. I need understanding of what the problem is, so that, you know, we can solve that. So, go ahead.
I can try to answer your question just real briefly. Yes, the city does have master plans that point out deficiencies in the various infrastructures so that we can set up capital improvement projects to improve those. But, you know, I don't want to say the term infrastructure was just tossed around loosely here. Our infrastructure not only consists of roads, but they consist of underground pipelines, water, sewer, and other things. This subdivision is tied into our collection system and our water system, and there are capacities in that system that will allow for this system to flow successfully into our systems. So I just wanted to point that out, that when you talk about infrastructure, it is not just our roadways.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
A lot of the infrastructure is unseen, right, Danny?
Our sewer plant is one of the best in California.
Uh-huh.
It's an amazing sewer plant.
So it's a matter of, for me, is to find the balance and to work towards that. And the only way we can work towards it is to have public hearings and listen to what people want and work together on seeing how we can make things better.
So I just want to make one final comment, and then I'll just stop. Just want to go back to what Commissioner Henderson said earlier, that I kind of like went off the Robert's rules, and he's right, and I should have done that. I'm still kind of new and still trying to remember the details of the structure of the meeting. But all of that I said earlier, it still stands. And although this decision is around making a change from the 35s to the 49, I was not here when that was originally approved. So it's really difficult for me to support something that I wasn't there to begin with. So it puts the developers in a difficult place. I get that. This is not putting the fingers at the developers or anybody else who wants to build. It's really about the planning and the forethought that goes into moving this city forward so that there is balance. And hearing from the engineer about infrastructure is the roads and it's the sewers and it's all of that. It's all the, those sorts of things. When I talk about infrastructure, it's not just that, but it's really about supporting the family and the community in all the ways that they need to be supported. So an infrastructure also, in a more broader term, includes the things like education, medical resources, safety resources, protection of the community, recreational resources. It's all of that. That's all the things that you need to sustain a community. So when I was referring to that, that's what I meant. So technically, infrastructure are the buildings and the roads and the whatever. It's the things that you see and that are underground. But when I'm referring to it, I think about everything that you need to sustain a community. And although I agree that we do need to have more information, I feel like sometimes the information that we get is hidden in the reports that are super, super technical. And what we really need is maybe some really clear either data, qualitative data, preferably, that describes what the needs are and what we can accomplish. I know that's really hard, and when you have like these really technical reports that we get from you, and I know that that's the structure and the format of these reports, but it does make it really hard because you lose a lot. So all I hear as a commissioner of this group, of this body, is all the concerns about it's just too much, and we don't have what we need here to support it. And we feel it and we see it every day. So that's my worry. So anyway, I'm just gonna let those comments stand, and then I guess we will just move forward with the process.
Any other comments? Is that?
I have no other.
No other comments? Okay. I entertain a motion on this item.
There are two resolutions. One is for the Saturn Architectural, and that would be Resolution 2019-30. And the other is for the conditional use permit for plan unit development, and that would be 2019-31.
And in regards to the conditions that were mentioned for the verbiage, those were for the conditional use permit? Were the verbiage in regards to the vesting map?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but I believe that that was just for informational purposes. I don't think there's going to be any changes on this.
Yeah, for informational purposes, that action has already been taken by the city council. So
Okay.
the impact fees are locked in already, so.
Okay. I'll make the motion for the approval of site and architectural for 2019-30, subject to the findings of the resolution.
I believe that was site and architectural. Is that the correct number?
You know, I'm sorry. Let me
Yes.
make a correction. I'll make the approval for the site and architectural review, 2019-30.
The resolution is 2019-30 for the Saturn Architectural Review Application 2018-22.
22.
Oh,
Right.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
The conditional use was 2019-31.
Yeah.
Right.
So the site and architectural is 2018-22 with the PC resolution.
2019-30.
PC resolution
Is that what you're?
2019-30.
Okay.
Okay. So that would be site and architectural, I make the motion to approve site and architectural approve 2018-22 with PC resolution 2019-30.
Got a second on that motion?
Second.
Any further discussion on it? I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Mr. Chair, would you
Yes.
mind if we did that by roll call rather than voice vote? Actually
Okay.
calling out each commissioner so that they could place their vote. I'm just concerned there might be some confusion otherwise.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll take a roll call on the motion and the second for the site and architectural 2018-22 PC resolution 2019-30. Commissioner, am I doing this correctly?
You are doing it correctly. I'm sorry, normally it's staff members.
Would you
does,
like
but-
staff to-
But that's,
Okay.
if staff
We-
wouldn't mind, yes.
If
I
that's,
can-
if that's okay
Henderson?
with the commission, we can,
I'm gonna do a roll call on this
Or-
vote. Commissioner Henderson?
I think staff does the roll.
Oh, staff
Yeah.
does it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Ideally, yes.
very well. There's been a motion and a second. I'm gonna do a roll call. Commissioner Roxanne Stevens,
Nay.
Commissioner Seth Munzer,
Aye.
Commissioner Kerry Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Kevin Henderson,
Aye.
Mr. Chair David Huboy.
Yes, aye.
So
Thanks.
the motion is adopted 4-1.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna call for a 5-minute recess.
We actually have the CUP as well, the conditional use permit for the
Oh,
same
let's
item.
Let's go through, then we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay.
So we need a motion on that?
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't know
Let's finish
if
this
someone could
item
turn down the
first.
gain on this mic. It's border on getting some feedback here. I'd like to make a motion that we approve conditional use permit number 2019-3, subject to the findings and conditions contained in draft resolution 2019-31.
31.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? A
Again, by
motion and
roll call,
second.
please.
Roll call, please.
Yes. Commissioner Roxanne Stevens,
Nay.
Commissioner Seth Munzer,
Aye.
Commissioner Kerry Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Kevin Henderson,
Aye.
Mr. Chair David Huboy.
Aye.
Thank you.
And now, I will call for a 5-minute recess. The project site is located north of Hazel Street, west of Prospect Avenue, and south of South Street in the neighborhood mixed-use NMU zoning district. The location is further identified as San Benito County Assessor's Parcel Number 056-050-013 and 056-050-014, CEQA categorically exempt.
Yes.
Abraham?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Good evening. Thank you for the introduction on this item. As you mentioned, the property is composed of two separate parcels consisting of a total of 0.19 acres. And the property owner is proposing two duplexes on the property. One duplex would be on one of the lots, the other duplex would be on the other lot. So essentially there would be 4 multi-family housing units for a potential for an additional 4 rental units on the site, pending your approval this evening. The buildings would be along the west property line of the site, and they would both be facing Hazel Street. Well, now the name has been changed to Comienzo Drive, formerly known as Hazel Street. The buildings will be separated about 24 feet from each other, and they would each have a private rear yard of approximately 250 square feet each to have their own little storage area on each of the units. Each of the units would be 2 bedroom and 2 bathroom. The area would have approximately 3,217 square feet of common open space. The majority of that common open space would be between both of the duplex buildings. There is a condition of approval that requires that prior to issuance of the first building permit, that the applicant provide for a continuous maintenance plan. And as part of that, we require that they provide a landscape plan with a low water efficiency plan that is consistent with the state of California, which is essentially the City of Hollister's water efficient landscape plan to preserve water, to not waste water for the landscaping. And as part of that contiguous landscape plan, we're going to require that they provide a minor amenity. Minor amenity can be in the form of, say, a tot lot, picnic area, barbecue area, for review and approval prior to issuance of that first building permit. The floor plan in front of you shows that the first floor would have a living room for each unit, a kitchen, and 1 restroom. And the second floor essentially has a bedroom, a bathroom, for each as well. The elevations, the duplex buildings would have a sand finished stucco exterior with an Old Town architectural design. The roof would be composition roofing. The front south elevation would have 4 windows on the bottom floor with an entrance door on each of the 2 units. The second floor will have 4 rectangular windows as well, 2 for each of the units. And the rear north elevation would have 2 sliding doors and 2 windows on the bottom floor and 4 windows on the second story. Again, 2 for each of the residential units. The density for this property is 25 to 35 dwelling units per acre. At 0.19 acres, the requirement would be a minimum of 2 units, a maximum of 4 units. A minimum of 4 units, a maximum of 6 units, so they are providing the minimum requirement of 4 units based on the densities that are allowed. There is an existing older dilapidated home on the property. There is a condition of approval that if this project does get approved and moves forward, that the tenants are notified well in advance of this project as well. With that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission review the applicant's request, receive all written, oral, and written testimony regarding the proposal, and approve Saturn Architectural Review Application Number 2019-10, subject to the findings and conditions contained in a draft resolution. Are there any questions for staff?
I do have a question, Abraham.
Sure.
On the 1 unit there, we have the 8'2" setback to the sidewalk. Is that considered the side yard then?
Yeah, at that point, it would be considered the side yard. Originally, one of the buildings was going to be closer to Prospect Avenue. After review of the Development Review Committee, the police department mainly indicated that the parking should be more closer to Prospect as opposed to on the western side, just for security reasons. And so the applicant went ahead and made the changes to the site.
Okay, and then the other comment I have is there's really not anything of like a landscape plan. Why is that not part of this?
The applicant is showing the
Exhibit.
common open space area, 3,200 square feet of common open space, which is equivalent to 36% of the sites of it being common open space. And our standard condition indicates that they will have to submit a water efficient landscape plan prior to issuance of the first building permit. And at that point, we would want to make sure that it meets the requirements, the local and state requirements for water efficiency. And we will also include an additional requirement for the conditions of approval indicate that they should provide a minor amenity as well on the site.
Okay.
For review and approval by the Development Services Department prior to.
Is this something now that normally for site and architectural and going through DRC, normally you do have a landscape and a preliminary grading and drainage plan. Is that still part of the requirements now, or?
That's still part of the requirements, Mr. Chair. In this case, they provided the open space area on the site and architectural, not the full details of the landscape, because that would be a condition of approval. We would want to make sure as staff that they meet that requirement. They show a few of the trees where the trees are going to be laid out, but ground cover and that'll be as a condition of approval.
A lot of times we do get into the landscaping design. Okay. Any other questions on this staff report?
Yeah, I just have a point of clarification. So the way that the parking spaces are set is, then I'm going to assume that that's sort of like driveway, so cars will be like coming in from the street and then they'll be pulling out from there, right?
Right.
I'm just trying to think of like when somebody comes in there, how, like in terms of like safety, movement of traffic,
Right.
People that are walking across on the sidewalk. How would that flow with the cars?
Well, that's a good point, Commissioner Stevens. So vehicles that are heading northbound on Prospect towards South Street would be making a left turn onto the site. Vehicles that are heading southbound on Prospect towards Rancho San Justo essentially would be able to make right in on Prospect to the site, and then the Comienzo or Hazel Street as well. People would be able to, people that are going westbound on Hazel Street towards the cannery would be able to make a right turn onto the site, and then people that are heading eastbound on Hazel Street towards the commercial building that's been there. I think it was Shaw's Electric for many years, if you recall, that they would make a left turn onto Hazel Street. And so previously, the previous site plan was actually the applicant had proposed parking along Hazel Street along the west elevation, along the west of the site. All the parking was one driveway along the west of the site, and vehicles would be able to come in and out, back out and come out on Hazel Street. The police department preferred this method instead, this layout instead, because of safety reasons, the parking being more towards the main road, Prospect Avenue, more visible, and they preferred this layout for vehicles entering and exiting the site.
So you're saying that originally or previously that the design was like coming off of Hazel Street with an easement going to that other site?
That's correct. That was the original intent, to have the parking along the west side. We're building where the first building along Hazel Street is at. That's where the parking was for both. This building was closer to the eastern side, and the common open space was kind of within. But the Development Review Committee, especially Emergency Services, Fire, Police, they thought that that was too hidden. The parking lot was too hidden, and the open space was too hidden as well. And so made the recommendations for these revisions.
I kind of question that, but, okay.
Yeah,
I don't want
it seems
to
a little awkward, but okay.
express my opinion.
The stars, the circle stars, is that gonna be grass area? Is that what
Those are
that is?
proposed trees.
Trees,
Yeah.
and then, but in that area that's proposed to be grass?
Common open space. The
Oh.
condition of approval in the report indicates that it should be that when they submit a landscape plan, all that area should be permeable, essentially area that when it rains, it soaks into
It
the
soaks in
ground.
the
Yeah,
water.
and as
Okay.
opposed to hard surface. Correct.
Which is the permeable pavers?
All the
parking area?
all the open space in between, with the exception of walkways.
Is there
With, it's not pervious concrete, though. Is it
Correct.
pervious,
Pervious. So the whole area should be.
including the parking is pervious?
No, the parking, no, the common open space, the
Common
3,000
open
square
space.
feet area of common open space,
Mhm.
that should be permeable, should be pervious ground
It
cover.
It's not indicated if that's hardscape or not. It could be a,
Correct, but the
landscape area.
condition of approval does require that,
Oh.
yes.
okay.
And then just one last thing, is there patios or balcony or anything on here, so, or is it all open?
No, each of the units, where the arrow is at, each of the units would have a private open space area of 250 square feet. So each unit would have its own little private open space for that tenant. And they do have the option of balconies or a private little yard. The applicant chose to do the private open space. And again, it's a duplex. There are going to be 2 duplexes, each on its own lot, and an opportunity for additional rental units in the city as well. That lot's vacant in its majority, with one existing older single-family home, and would be replaced with these four units in the form of 2 duplexes.
Okay, any other questions? Comments? Okay, I will open up the public hearing now at 8:35. Speaker cards?
None.
Applicant here this evening?
I don't see the applicant in the audience.
Okay. I just, I think, Commissioner Stevens brought up a good point on the, you're coming off of Prospect Avenue, then you gotta back up. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll close the public hearing. Thank you. You have to back up onto Prospect Avenue. Well, not the greatest of all worlds, really. I kind of would have liked to look at the coming off from Hazel, and then you're minimizing the minimizing the access points close to the intersection, but
Well, if I may, it is good to have as much on-site parking as possible. Our streets take a lot of, they become parking stalls for the home, so if we can.
and then the problem is if you do an easement, you're cutting into the open space from Hazel, so I'm just kind of
Yeah,
getting some ideas here.
yeah, so the thing that I was sort of envisioning is the third parking spot that is closest to the corner as somebody was pulling, like backing out to get out, and then somebody is taking that really sharp turn, they might not see it. I don't know, it just doesn't seem real safe, but I'm gonna assume that if the fire and police thought that this was the best plan, then I'll have to trust their judgment, but it does seem a little tricky.
Seems a bit odd, yeah. But I think that, I agree, they've looked at this DRC, they know the traffic patterns on Prospect. They considered the other option, and this is the one that I think
That's correct.
I'll
Mr.
defer to
Chair.
their expertise on it. Any other comments?
A question for Chairman Huboy. So, to me, this design looks kind of plain. I wanted to get your opinion on it because I remember we had looked at a duplex on Line Street in the back of a property, and I remember your comment was that it was kind of a plain design. So I just didn't compare. I don't know if you remember that one, but I just didn't. I just wanted your opinion on that versus this one.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner Henderson, because the left west elevation is the plain Jane side, and that's the one that is.
That's
close to
going to
the
be
fence, is
along
that? That's one that's close to the fence. So the
along
other
the
one,
west elevation, along the single family, where the existing single family home is to the west for privacy.
So
And
you
then
won't see that. You won't see that.
Correct.
But what you will see is the other elevation. And I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner, because what I was going to say is that I don't think that the east elevation would be as bad, or would be helpful to mitigate that with landscaping. That's why it was, and that now my thinking pattern's coming back what I was thinking about, because I was looking at those elevations, and the one on the east does have windows. It does have a kind of a cantilever, and it would look a lot better, and I think it would be good for the applicant because of the traffic congestion
Right.
on that side, is to have tall trees or something that would mitigate the noise, traffic noise. So that's thank you for now. I've got my thought pattern coming back here. No, what I would like to, and I don't know if put a condition on this, but on the landscaping, I want to see tall trees
right.
that buffers that east elevation from Prospect Avenue. It would also help mitigate the traffic noise. So I want to see that when you review goes to the drought tolerant Water Resources Association and all that, my friend Sean Novak.
Sean Novak, yeah. Yeah, if that's a desire of the commission. Can definitely add
I
that
want
as
to
a
see tall
condition.
trees there, and I think if they put those tall trees, that it will be fine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments? What's the pleasure of the commission on item number, what is this, 6? Yeah, item number 6. What's the pleasure of the commission? Wanna
I can make a
entertain
motion.
a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Let me see if I get the wording right. So I'll make a motion to approve site and architectural review to 2019-10 resolution number 30. With the, and tell me if this is the right verbiage, with the conditions that Commissioner Huboy added
That's correct.
about the landscaping.
That's correct.
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion and second?
I think so.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item number 6 has been approved. Thank you. Okay, item number 7, Site and Architectural Review 2019-9. Carl Wood / Dollar General. The applicant is requesting site and architectural approval to construct a 9,100 square foot commercial and retail building on a 1.58 acre site. This project is located on the northwest corner of 4th Street and Felice within the West Gateway WG zoning district, further identified as San Benito County Assessor Parcel Number 052-131-021, CEQA categorically exempt. Abraham or Amber?
Me.
Okay.
Thank you. The applicant is requesting a second architectural review approval for the construction of a 9,100 square foot commercial retail building on a 1.5 acre site located at the northwest corner of 4th Street and Felice Drive, further identified as San Benito County Assessor Parcel Number 052-131-021 within the West Gateway zoning district. According to the applicant, the building is proposed for the location of a future Dollar General retail store. The Dollar General will operate 7 days a week from the hours of 8 a.m. till 10 p.m. and will have approximately 8 to 10 employees. It will have a single semi-truck delivery once a week. After speaking with the applicant earlier today, the estimated time that that truck remains at the site is approximately an hour. And throughout the week, several smaller deliveries will come from what has been called a bread truck. Dollar General prides itself on being America's neighborhood general store. They strive on making the shopping experience hassle-free and affordable, providing more than 15,000 convenient, easy shopping stores within the 44 states. Their stores deliver everyday low prices on items including food, snacks, health and beauty aids, cleaning supplies, family apparel, housewares, seasonal items, paper products, and much more from what they say is America's most trusted brands and products, along with Dollar General's high-quality private brands. The elevations for this site, the applicant is proposing to construct a 9,100 square foot commercial retail building. The main body of the building is proposed to be finished in a plaster cement and painted in a cream color. Each of the building's 4 corners will be accented with towers that will be slightly set forward from the main structure to give the building more depth. In addition to the towers, they are defined by 2 dark brick columns, which are comprised of a split face, what they are calling a CMU. So it's kind of like a brick veneer. This same brick feature will wrap around the entire base of the building, and the top of the towers will feature a brown cement plaster wall with dark trim. The eastern elevation will contain the store's main entrance to the building. The entrance is angled to the southeast and is visible and accessed from both Felice Drive and 4th Street. There is an awning and a trellis on the central wall. The western elevation will feature a wall-mounted vine trellis surrounded by a metal frame center of the structure's main wall between the towers, and an awning will be featured above that. The northern elevation will face the parking lot in Pinacate Court. This facade will incorporate 6 metal downspouts evenly distributed along the building. Along the wall between the corner towers are 3 wall-mounted vine trellises, again surrounded by the metal frames. An awning will be above each of them. A double door will be located at the northwest corner for deliveries. A 16 by 16 concrete receiving pad will be in the parking lot adjacent from the store. The southern elevation will be the store's frontage along 4th Street. The southwest tower will feature a single man door, 3 flux windows with opaque glass and aluminum awnings, which will be placed placed on the main body of the building. The southeast corner tower will feature a portico over the main entrance to the store building, which will have sliding glass doors. The landscape that will be featured on this particular property will be consisting of trees, shrubs, and ornamental grasses, as well as ground cover that will be provided around the perimeter of the site and throughout the parking lot. For this particular project, landscaping along the 4th Street frontage shall be conditioned to conform to the West Gateway Beautification Improvement Plan, Phase 2. Currently, this is being developed. However, it will be very similar to Phase 1, which you can see currently out in front of the Vista de Oro apartments. Where is it? I'm sorry. The circulation access to the site will be provided from Felice Drive to the west and through Pinacate Court to the north. Currently, there's no direct access onto the 4th Street area. The parking lot currently proposes 36 parking spaces. This includes 34 standard parking spaces and 2 ADA compliant spaces, which meets the standard requirements. For the bicycle parking, the applicant is required to provide at least 2 parking spaces. The applicant has provided those spaces near the northeastern corner of the building. With this particular application, there has also been signage that has been included with their application. The applicant is proposing 2 channel letter signs on either side of the southeast tower. The channel lettering is something that is within the Hollister Municipal Code that it has been referenced as the preference for the city. Typically, this is not what they do, so they have gone out of their way to acknowledge that and provide the channel letters. In addition, a 2-sided internally lit freestanding sign 8 feet by 4 feet will be located on the southeast corner of 4th Street and Felice Drive. The addition of the base will make it a 6-foot tall sign. On May 29th, 2019, at 6 p.m., the applicant hosted a community meeting at the San Benito Health Foundation to present their item to community members. It's important to note that while staff highly encourages applicants to do this, this is not a requirement of the project, nor is it mandated by local or state policies. A concern of the neighboring residents was the amount of traffic that would be entering Pinacate Court and pedestrian safety, especially those of school children crossing to and from Calaveras. To address these concerns of the neighboring residents, the applicant and his team have drafted a site plan to seal off Pinacate Court and design a truck turnaround with their lot. However, upon reviewing that amongst staff and with our safety personnel, this particular site does warrant 2 access points. To address this concern, a condition has been written in the draft resolution that the applicant shall enter into a deed restriction, which will require the access point to Pinacate Court to be eliminated once access to Rakovich Way to the west becomes available. Per the City of Hollister's general plan, there shall be limited access points of entry and exits onto the main road. Internal circulation shall be encouraged between mixed-use buildings and residential developments. As a part of the future West Gateway beautification plan, Rakovich is designed to become a 4-way intersection. The applicant has provided a circulation plan that demonstrates vehicle and pedestrian conductivity throughout their site and the remainder of the lot towards the western portion of the development. And this is just a slide of what the West Gateway beautification entails, so you can see these major intersections that are proposed for future use. It is also important to note that this site has been intended for commercial use since at least 1995, which is approximately 24 years. The 1995 through 2010 Hollister General Plan designates this neighborhood commercial. This designation provided for commercial uses of low intensity and of neighborhood character, which provide convenient retail and service needs of adjacent neighborhoods. This type of commercial development is generally characterized by a market and a drugstore, which serves as anchors for supporting neighborhood-related convenient businesses. This was included in your packets that has the older version of the general plan's definition of what the neighborhood commercial was and also its designations on the zoning map. The 2005 and 2023 Hollister General Plan designates this site as West Gateway Commercial Mixed Use, which allows for both horizontal and vertical mixed use development. It also has been the direction in the past to allow for full residential or full commercial development in the West Gateway, with the intent to rezone remaining land with commercial only or residential only in the West Gateway was being developed with mostly residential or commercial projects respectively. And with that, Sorry. With that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission review the applicant's request, receive all written and oral testimony regarding the proposal, and approve site and architectural review 2019-9, subject to the findings and conditions contained in the draft resolution with the addition of condition 65. And again, 65, it's just the newer condition for the safe path of travel and construction fencing. Are there any questions for staff?
I do have a question. I guess that the circulation plan that wasn't part of our packet, right?
This,
You mentioned
are-
a circulation plan.
So when we're referring to the circulation plan, this is what we're referring to
Okay.
on the site plan.
So you're mentioning that there would be a provision to connect to Rakovich in the future.
Yes.
How would he do that? I don't see how that connection is, because Rakovich is on the other side of the street. How would they connect? How would that connection be possible?
Chairman Huboy, the connection that we discussed internally and what the applicant would be that the applicant, when the driveway through from Felice on the east property line that comes into the project westward, it would traverse the site where the Dollar General is being proposed, and then there would be access along towards the west, and at the on the west property line, the applicant is conditioned that with the deed restriction that upon development to the property, upon development to the west of that, when that occurs, then at that point, this city would require, based on our general plan, that there be interconnectivity inside. That's in our circulation element. It requires that there be interconnectivity and not just an access to the site itself, but interconnectivity upon development of that parcel to the west. And so, as part of that requirement, when that occurs, we would require that connectivity, and then for those vehicles to be able to access off of Rakovich. Rakovich is at one of the intersections that is being contemplated as a future intersection for regarding the West Gateway Beautification Plan. And one of the big reasons that the City Council adopted this West Gateway Beautification Plan, limiting the intersections, is to try to avoid having a road kind of like Nash Road between the San Benito Street and Airline Highway, where essentially every house and every business has a driveway. And that just creates conflict with vehicle traffic. With this, in consistency with the general plan, would require that not every parcel has an actual access to their site, but that there's a shared intersection, safely spaced along San Juan Road, or formerly San Juan Road, now 4th Street. So what Amber mentioned essentially is that there's a condition requiring a deed restriction solely on this property that requires that there is a connection, a future connection to the west. So upon development to the west, there is interconnectivity all the way to Rakovich, and at that point, then the driveway along Pancredi would cease, would be eliminated.
So somehow they're going to have to go to the west and then bridge San Juan Road there to get to Rakovich.
To get to Rakovich from the interior, to get to Rakovich, upon development to the west, where, yeah.
Okay.
The applicant is here too, if you have any questions of him.
Okay, but before you hear from the applicant, any questions, other questions on the staff report? Okay, I'll open up the public.
No, I do, sorry. Yeah, I have some questions. Let's see. First question is about the West Gateway zoning. Could you just explain what's unique about that zoning and what it means for this project?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Henderson. About 10 years ago or so, the city council asked that staff send out a request for proposal to implement a plan for the west area of the city of Hollister. When the city council adopted the general plan back in 2005, one of the new designations of the general plan was the West Gateway. The city council back then, and I think Commissioner Chairperson Hewitt could speak more about that because he was in the commission back then on the general plan advisory committee for that. And the West Gateway was looked at as one of the primary entries and exits of the city of Hollister. And so the emphasis was to beautify it as best as possible, at least through the infrastructure, starting with the infrastructure part of it. And so the intent is that from Graff Road all the way to West Side Boulevard, that there is, upon development of the parcels, or if the city council decides to implement funding for it, but in the meantime, upon development of the parcels, that there are frontage improvements that are that are incorporated to each project, similar to the ones on Vista de Oro, with the extended bulb outs, the extended sidewalks to have more of a wider access for pedestrians, lighting, landscaping, furniture, street medians to embellish it, to beautify it, and that's the resolution that the city council adopted. It's called the West Gateway Beautification. What that means, and so part of it is to create a certain amount. It was reviewed by the engineer who made the plan to only have certain intersections, and the recommendation was those intersections should be the only ones that should be improved upon future development of the sites along 4th Street, to be able to calm traffic, to be able to make it more safe, and so upon application submittal to the city, what we do as staff is make sure that the applicant is aware of those beautification, those frontage improvements, and that they are implemented as part of their conditions of approval. That if it is approved, that the applicant is responsible for those improvements, similar to those that were on Vista de Oro. If you drive by there, those improvements along 4th Street.
And I think if I might also add is that back in 2004, I think that somewhere in that time period, we had a public workshop with the citizens out there on the west side, and we came up with a vernacular for the architectural that would be a kind of a southwest, kind of a modern southwest theme going on out there. So that, and we worked with the applicant at Vista de Oro to, went through some design changes to make it more consistent with that theme that was brought about by public outreach to the citizens that lived out there.
So what about this plan is making it sort of compliant with this vision of the West Gateway? Like what specifically about the design?
Sure. So one of the West Gateway requirements for the layout of the parcels that are subject to approval, review, and approval is that the general plan calls for the buildings to be closer to the main streets, in this case 4th Street, have that more, and then having the parking more towards the rear, to have more of the presence of the building along 4th Street. Another aspect of it is the mixed use part of it, which can be either with one building, having the commercial aspect in the bottom, or and the residential on top, or having commercial on one side and residential on the other. In this case, they're using part of the site for commercial, and similar to what we did for Vista de Oro. Vista de Oro, out of the 8 acres, they have the residential built. They are conditioned that any future development along Vista de Oro be only solely for commercial. So in this case, they're actually doing it backwards. They have the commercial that's being proposed. At this time, we're not considering the residential, but that's going to be ultimately part of it as well. another part of it, Commissioner Henderson, is that they will be required to do the frontage improvements along 4th Street, or at least be able to put in the pro rata share for the ultimate improvements of 4th Street of consistent with the West Gateway beautification, similar to Vista de Oro. Those are just the components, some of those components to the site that's being proposed tonight.
I may just add on to it too. With Abraham mentioning the parking, one of the things with the West Gateway is having pedestrian-friendly, accessible stores. So stores or residential developments that would actually front onto the sidewalk. That's another key component to this, and why there's so much emphasis on accentuating the front of the building along 4th Street. One of the things that's written in our general plan is that the West Gateway should foster an attractive entrance into our town. We've been working very diligently with this applicant to produce a product as you've seen before you tonight. Typically, I do have a photo of a prototype that you could see. We've also, at the very beginning, we had an example of what Fairfield had, just so it kind of helps to put in perspective how nicely the architecture has come for this particular Dollar General. We were very adamant that there be four-sided architecture, that it be more modern, that it gracefully ages, and that it creates a sense of place. And with that too, our guidelines for neighborhood mixed use are almost non-existent, unfortunately. So going to different places, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Livermore. Livermore is a very good example of mixed-use areas. So I actually took their guideline and packet and compared what was being presented here to make sure that it was meeting those standards that you would see in bigger cities.
Okay. Thank you, Amber.
I have another question. So, what was the process for this particular business to come to Hollister? Was this business lobbied by a business development person in staff, or did this business approach Hollister and say we're interested in having a business here? If you could just give some of the background of how this came to be.
Yeah, so they've actually approached us. I don't know if any other staff members want to add to that, but basically we oftentimes just get a phone call out of the blue or an email, and someone says we have a project. Oftentimes we don't quite know what that is. We'll know that it's, in this case, hey, we have a retail project. Sometimes it's not even further down the line that we're aware of what is actually going to be in the said commercial building. But in this case, they reached out to us, so there was nobody on staff went out and sought them or asked them to come or choose this particular location. This particular zone, the West Gateway, they could have chosen, if there was a vacant building within the shopping center, for example, they are zoned to be there if they chose to be. If they chose to go into another commercial area in part of town, they could have done that as well. The applicant can also speak to why they've chosen this particular location, but there are zones, a variety of zones, different retail stores have to choose from. So hopefully Mr. Wood can address that when he presents.
Yeah, sometimes, and you did a great job, Amber, thank you. National chains, they do their research, their due diligence, and they go in waves in terms of opening certain stores. And this location, I'd like Mr. Wood to talk about that, but this may have been scouted a year or two ago, and they're to the point where they maybe want to expand in this region, and at this time is when they would like to construct. And so they do their due diligence, their data mining, and our demographics in terms of housing, how many people are coming. And so you know, they probably have researched this location for maybe over a year. So,
And can I just add something to that, please? Because I think there's a point that's commonly misunderstood. When an applicant comes to the city and presents a plan, it's staff's job to accept that plan and analyze that plan and make sure that it complies with the general plan and any other policies and procedures or policies set forth by the city council by resolution. It's not staff's job to turn it away at the desk or to impose their own personal judgment as to whether or not they think it's a great idea or a horrible idea or anything else. The applicant brings it, and staff analyzes it according to the general plan and then brings it to the planning commission, which then approves or disapproves of the staff's decision at that point. So when we're addressing how Dollar General came to the city, to the best of my knowledge, they simply did their own demographic research and made a choice and brought it to the city, and the city staff analyzed it, given their own expertise and their own professionalism, according to the general plan that the city has put forth in the past, and then brought it to the city council, excuse me, to the planning commission accordingly.
I have a question. So in the report, you mentioned the meeting that happened at the San Benito Health Foundation, and there was only one comment highlighted about traffic. So I was just curious, were there other concerns raised, not necessarily about the building or the location, but just in general about Dollar General coming to that to just being put there by the community, just in general? Were there other comments or concerns or positive comments about them being there?
So we're going to defer to the applicant with this particular community meeting because growth has been such an issue, and sometimes when staff has been present at these meetings, it takes away from the actual project that's at stake. So staff didn't attend this for that reason. We were in communications with the applicant later on, and we've been available to the public, but we'll let the applicant speak to that.
Any further questions? Open up the public hearing now at 9:10. Speaker cards.
I'm going to play the part of Mr. Brian Swanson for a moment. Mr. Chair, we have Andy Villalon.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Villalon?
Yes, thank you. Okay, good evening. My family's lived in Hollister since the 1960s and currently live across the proposed site of the Dollar General store on Piani Crati. There are a number of reasons why we oppose the building of a Dollar General store, not just in our neighborhood, but in the city of Hollister. We already deal with homeless people in our neighborhood, and building a Dollar General would only attract more in front of our home. Building this store would add to the traffic problem we already face on 4th Street and Felice Drive, and would add more noise pollution to this area. We don't need a Dollar General in our neighborhood. We have a supermarket just down the street that offers healthier food options for residents. A Dollar General would take business away from our local supermarkets and merchants, as studies have already shown. In an article from December 20, 2018, journalist Ms. Tanvi Misra, who covers immigrant communities, housing, economic inequality, and culture, reported a recent research brief by the Institute of Local Self-Reliance, a nonprofit supporting local economies, states, since 2001, outlets of Dollar General and Dollar Tree have grown from 20,000 to 30,000 in number. Though these small box retailers carry only a limited stock of prepared foods, they're now feeding more people than grocery chains like Whole Foods, which has around 400 plus outlets in the country. The authors of the research brief stated, while dollar stores sometimes fill a need in cash-strapped communities, growing evidence suggests these stores are not merely a byproduct of economic distress, they're the cause of it. Recently, some local governments have started pushing back on these retailers,
rejecting development at the neighborhood level, or devising ordinances that seek to limit their spread in certain areas. According to the ILSR brief, stores like this tend to create fewer jobs on average than independent groceries, 9 versus 14. More recent efforts have used zoning tweaks to limit dollar stores whose small footprint usually lets them breeze past restrictions big box stores cannot. In Mendocino County, dollar store foes passed legislation restricting chain store development. We ask that you not allow the building of Dollar General or any similar dollar store in our neighborhood, in our community, or in our city. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to provide input on this matter.
Thank you, Andy.
Linda Villion.
Good evening, Chairperson and Commission members. My name is Linda Villalon. I am a longtime resident of Hollister. I've lived here for 40-plus years, and I live and grew up actually in the cul-de-sac that is going to be directly impacted by the proposed Dollar General that is being discussed tonight. My parents still live in this home. They've lived there for 39 years. I came back to Hollister so that I could raise my child in this community, and I brought them back. I came back and I brought her with me to experience the cultural diversity and richness of that particular neighborhood that I grew up in. I have a choice. I do have a choice financially whether I want to live in that area, but I did choose to come back. I came back to contribute to this particular neighborhood. I was at the community meeting at Calaveras Park a month ago when Mr. Wood came and spoke to us, to some of us from the area, and I do, with all due respect, appreciate the time that he did come. He took to come speak to us and listen to our concerns. He did say that he would send us a revised plan of the layout of the Dollar General. The plan that he showed us was not conducive to the traffic. It's not traffic friendly, so to speak, in our cul-de-sac. He sent us an email, and I just want to touch on some points that he tried to, with all due respect, he tried to resolve with regard to this email and our concerns. He did talk about the truck delivery situation. One of the main concerns was the entrance on Piani Crati Court. It was going to be an entrance for the truck deliveries. He did clarify that the deliveries would be minimal. But I'm hearing tonight that if that entrance is closed off, and you open up, this is assuming Rokovich opens up, right? That we're assuming we're connecting Felice Drive with Rokovich. My understanding is that particular area belongs to a gentleman who's here tonight, and it sounds like you plow right through his property to build this road. I don't see how that's beneficial to the neighborhood. Mr. Wood did talk about that Dollar General has a preference to hire local residents to work in this particular store. He did say that he strongly encouraged that community members apply for these jobs. Again, we heard tonight but the number of jobs that are coming or potentially coming would be only 8 to 10 jobs. If it were a distribution center like in other big cities that Dollar General comes to, they bring 500 jobs. 500 jobs sounds more enticing to me than 10. So I just want to piggyback also on what Andres said. We don't see the value, unfortunately, of bringing a Dollar General to our community. I heard for the first time about the beautification project in the West Gate, or the gateway to the west side. I don't see, though, personally, how Dollar General adds to the beautification project. I don't see it. I know My parents, who've lived there for 39 years, don't see it. I talk to my neighbors. Some of them are here tonight, and they'll tell you as well. We don't see how that adds value to the beautification project or value to Hollister as a whole. So I just ask you to consider my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
David Vion.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time tonight. My parents, we've lived in Hollister on 1170 Peony Crowdy for 39 years. It's a quiet, nice neighborhood with good, hardworking people that live in the neighborhood. And placing a giant store right in the smack dab in the middle of that neighborhood is ridiculous. It would interrupt the character of the neighborhood. A lot of the people that would be adversely affected by the store are here. We've been waiting almost 3.5 hours. It would have been nice to have had this discussion early on. You know, we're all tired, but nobody left. We're still here because this means a lot to us. And if this store goes up, we're going to have construction, we're going to have noise, we're going to have foot traffic, vehicle traffic, people loitering, trash. There's going to be a whole slew of things. All for what? 10 jobs? How much do they pay? $15? These aren't $40, $50 jobs that can buy these fancy houses that are coming up. These are low-income jobs. For low-income jobs for low-income neighborhood, is that what this is about? We have Hollister Super. They provide great service, great goods, quality products. If you want a Dollar General, put it downtown. They talked about there's other parcels, other places. Put it next to Kmart, to Target. Put it somewhere else. It doesn't have to go in the middle of our neighborhood. Excuse me, of our neighborhood. Or put it in one of these. You guys are presenting all these fancy homes coming up throughout in the outskirts of the town. Put the Dollar General right there. Put it in Ridgemark. Why does it have to go on the west side? Thank you for your time, folks.
Thank you, David.
Gabriel Pulido.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, everybody. I against Dollar General because of the traffic and the crime that's been around there, and the kids that walk around to the schools, and it's not a very good idea to put that type of store in that neighborhood. I went walking around yesterday with Roland. We went for 4 or 5 blocks with all the neighbors, and everyone said no, they're against it because it's just not a good idea. Maybe something else better, but that type of store is just gonna bring too much crime. Quick Stop gets robbed a lot, and if that store gets robbed, what are the criminals gonna go? Straight to the neighbors. And there's a whole lot of kids there. There's a daycare center across the street where I live off of Ball Court. And I'm dealing with the clinic doing a lot of maintenance, and there's a lot of noise, a lot of traffic there. The workers are parking in front of my driveway right now, and I always have to argue with them to move, and they don't like that. So I don't want that to be happening to my neighbors across the other way, because it's just not fair. It's just not right for having that much traffic going into our court when it's been nice and peaceful there. We don't need more traffic there, more problems, more homeless coming in, moving into the back. There's gonna be a lot of trash, a lot of gang-related stuff there going around, and we just don't need that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Adela Ruiz.
Good evening, Chairman, chair members of the commission. My name is Adela, and I actually am friends with all the people that actually live in both cul-de-sacs. I was taking a few notes when I was hearing the presentation that Amber gave, and as well as Mr. Prado. One thing that he did mention was the Vista Oro apartment complex. Now, you know that's like a hair adjacent to the Quick Stop that continuously gets robbed every so often. The parking, if you ever, I dare you, go about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, the parking is horrendous. I have family members that live down on Miller Road, and the parking, I mean, they're putting out cones, they're putting out their trash cans, they are parking on their lawns because that apartment complex is taking over the existing parking in front of people's homes. Now, the reason I bring that up is because this is a mixed-use property. So there will be commercial, and there will be, I believe they said at first 30 apartments going up where they're trying to take over someone's already existing property. I'm assuming that's where they're trying to put it. Also, you know, I've been the number one advocate for bringing more healthier choice stores to our community, not only on the west side, but throughout Hollister. I believe that there is just such a high rate of diabetes coming up every year. So I quickly just asked the health department if they can provide me with some kind of statistics I can bring in front of you. Unfortunately, they weren't able to give me that, but they were able to give me something. The rate of diabetes here in this county is about 47%. Now, you bring a Dollar General where you're putting, you know, I don't know, 32-ounce can of soup that's high in sodium for $1.50, and you go to a normal store like Safeway or Target or Lucky's, they're selling the can that's regular size that we all buy for the same price. Now, do you think that anybody is going to go for the smaller can opposed to a big ginormous can of very high sodium leveled soup? I think not. Now, they do say that they have food. It's all boxed food. I get it. Safeway is too, Target is too, you know, Lucky's is too, you name it. All stores, all grocery stores have boxed foods. What we have in those big stores is also wonderful produce. Hollister Super, we all go there, trust me, I've seen you at the store there, buying your fruits and vegetables. Why? Because they're affordable. They're affordable. You bring someone that's bringing 3 days old vegetables from God knows where, and they're wilted, you know, that's what you get. Now, the reason I bring that up is not to be rude or disrespectful to anyone here. It's just we do have an existing store like that. It's called Grocery Outlet. They also sell socks. They also sell fruits and vegetables. The fruits aren't very fresh, but they do sell them there. At other stores, we have butchers. We don't have butchers at Grocery Outlet, and much less at the Dollar General. So I want to thank you for your time. But before I do, I just want to let you know, these stores, the Dollar General, as Mr. Villalon has mentioned, they do target low socioeconomic communities. And I'm sorry, it's not called affordable housing. It's called low-income housing, because that's where we've lived for the past 40-plus years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Christian Trio.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Christian Trigo. I've been living there practically since second grade, so all my life. I'm 27 years old now. I'm actually their neighbor. And now my parents, since we went to that meeting, which wasn't in the Health Foundation, it was at Calaveras Park, I told them about what might be their plan with the new Dollar General and those apartment complexes that they're going to try to build since it's a mixed use. So how they said, or how you guys say, it's supposedly called affordable housing, but at the end of the day, it's still low income. It's not how they're building the new, over there by Enterprise Road, those big old fancy houses. So basically, my dad and my mom are thinking about selling their house and starting all over again when they tried all their life to buy that house and are close to paying it off. And they're not young, they're almost like 60 years old. Do you think they're gonna be able to buy and get another mortgage again? So basically, they worked all their life to buy that house, and now they're thinking of selling it because they're gonna build a Dollar General and they're gonna build low-income apartments next door. So, I mean, that's basically telling them, oh, thank you for your money, go somewhere else now. Same thing as you're telling those gentlemen to sell their lot or their company just to make a road. To me, it's not fair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
David Church?
Hi, Mr. Commissioner, thank you. This is David Church. All members of the commission, thank you for having us. Myself and Carl Wood were partners with Triple Net Development, who were, found this property and have been working with the city to hopefully try to build this Dollar General in this community. Thought I would touch on really a few things. I'll try to be brief because I know it is late for everyone, but number one, I want to thank the staff that this is, I think we've been at it for 6 months and 4 submittals, and have really tried to do everything we can to create the kind of a development that not only is required by code and by the general plan, but also, create the best kind of development that we can for the neighborhood that will endure time. One thing that is not uncommon for us as developers when we are working with Dollar General is what we truly perceive as a misconception. We, time and time again, get thrown into this dollar store category, and I do want to just talk a little bit about that and describe what we view and what we've seen in all the other communities where we have successfully developed Dollar General is that we are not a dollar store. What is commonly referred to in our belief on what a dollar store is stores that truly have a single price point. You walk in and most of their merchandise, if not all of their merchandise, is for $1 or for $2 or for $3. Those merchants commonly buy what are considered closeouts. It was mentioned here, grocery outlet, 99-cent only. Those are the merchants that buy in bulk different products at different times based on timing, very, very inexpensive, and are able to make a profit and sell them in their store. Dollar General is a general merchandiser. They do not sell and adhere to a single price point whatsoever. They are no different than Walmart. They are no different than Target. They are no different than Kmart in terms of the items that they provide, which is general merchandise, which is another way of saying just about anything and everything that households needs. And they just do it in a very small store, convenient format. And that's really what we're about. And it's important for us to be able to try to convey that we're not a dollar store. Some of the, what we believe are misconceptions in terms of what may follow that kind of retailer product is not what we've found in other communities. We've, Dollar General's building as many stores as they can in California, communities just like Hollister, because they've been successful. And success typically means that there's a lot of customers, happy customers coming time and time again. And we're confident that if we build this store, that that's exactly what will occur in this neighborhood. A few other things we just want to point out and talk about. And another thing, too, about the merchandise is it's brand name goods. It's, Tide, it's Crest, it's all the same things that you're going to find in Target. The benefit is you're just not going to have to pay Target prices. You're going to get to pay a less expensive price, put more money in the residents' pockets. That's why they're successful. A couple other things that I think are important, particularly with what's been brought up tonight, is how does Dollar General find their locations? How did we find this location? And what's that process about? We've been very fortunate, myself and Carl, in that I've been with Dollar General from the get-go when they entered California and started, making the march to try to be successful in this state. They held off for a very long time because California is incredibly difficult and incredibly expensive. So when they felt the economy was right and the opportunity was right and there's only so many places they had left to go in the States, they started pursuing California. From the get-go, which is about 8 years ago, Hollister was a target city for Dollar General. So I don't know if it was exactly 8 years ago, but it's been at least 7 years ago that I've driven this town, and we looked very hard to try to be successful and find a location in town, and we couldn't do it. Hollister's not easy from a real estate perspective to execute. a little bit about Dollar General is, number one, is Carl and I are not the ones that decide, okay, we think this is a good spot, Dollar General, this is where you need to go. They have a very extensive and, capable, what they call market planning group, that they tell us where they want to go. And that's based on a lot of money and investment that they place in looking at 15,000 stores that they have and what makes them successful. What are the drivers that work, and what communities do they find, that fit their criteria? And then they send us a dot, and they say, hey, go get us as close to that dot as you can. Well, the dot in Hollister has been, and probably forever will be, at the West View Road and 4th Street. And there's some reasons for that are not uncommon for a lot of the other towns. Is typically they try to stay away from Targets and Kmart's and big box stores, because they're bigger, and if you're going to go in the store, you're typically going to maybe pick those guys. So just competition-wise, they stay away from them. So when you look at Hollister and you look at that center of town, this west side is not, does not have big box retail. So it's the perfect scenario where we're getting away from what would be core big box retail and serving a community and residents that don't have the types of products and services that Dollar General is going to provide. So that's a little background. And when you look at that west side area, there's the zoning. It starts from that particular intersection. If it's Westview Road, I believe, could be getting the name wrong.
West Side Boulevard.
West Side Boulevard. It goes from West Side Boulevard to basically the end, just past where the apartments are. And that is it for what would be allowed for commercial use. And when you further chop that up and look at what's either been sold, what's available for sale, what's in our size, and more importantly, what's in our price range, it's taken us 8 years to get there. So that's just a little bit of background that is really difficult here. We hope that we found a site that we could make work, that will be a good combination of a retail use that should fit the needs and provide service to the community that will be a positive one. And then in addition, provide some other benefits to the community. And I'll just touch on that and be done. But obviously, we are going to provide an economic impact. And I think it was asked, what are we going to offer for the West Gateway View? Well, I can tell you, we're going to have to write a very good-sized check to put in improvements for the West Gateway View for our portion of frontage, which is pretty common and typical of development. And that's in addition to all the impact fees and transportation mitigation fees and everything else that we would be obligated to pay and provide, that hopefully, again, adds to the services for the rest of the community. It was touched on that, yes, Dollar General is not a big box retailer. We're not going to employ as many people as Target and Kmart, but there are going to be 8 to 10 jobs. I think 3 jobs are always of a managerial position that are salaried position, that are anywhere from that $40,000 to $50,000 range. I don't know those statistics exactly, but I can follow up with those. But I do know that several of them are managerial positions that are salary position. I think that's it. Obviously, if there's any other questions or comments, we are very sensitive and certainly understand that, particularly that those that live on that cul-de-sac, that it's hard to mirror both, that this is commercial land and commercial development right adjacent to those homes. We've tried to do the best we can and still comply and work with, the code that we're legally obligated to comply with in order to build a store here. And, we're open to try to be as flexible as we can, and have done the best job that we can, and hope that at the end of the day that it is truly a win-win, and ultimately whatever gets developed there, we're not a drive-through, we don't have speakers, we don't have quite the intensity that other retail uses might, and think that we would be a great fit for the neighborhood.
So
thank you.
I do have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
So the merchandise that you provide there, you say is it correct to say it's a wide-ranging
general merchandise store? We truly are a general store, correct.
So in other words, you could also reclassify your store as like a neighborhood convenience store, is that correct?
If you want to, yes. I mean, I think one distinction that is important is we're not a grocery store. There are some recent articles, and we have been told that we are not Hollister Super. We are not intending to be a grocery store. we're a general variety store. So if you need a can of oil for your car, you can get it there. If you need a light bulb, you can get it there. If you need pet food, you can get it there.
Gotta get
If
a
you-
can of coffee there?
You can get a can of coffee there. Yes, they do have food products, and they absolutely sell food. And you know, providing produce and fresh produce is a challenge for lots of retailers, and that's why typically only grocery stores do that. Dollar General is in the midst right now that they just, and it's public information, that they've gone out there and they've realized that to do it effectively in their stores and get delivery and to make that work is a very difficult logistical challenge for any retailer. What they're doing and have found out is that they can't do it unless they handle all that logistics themselves. So they're in the process now for all their milk, eggs, and ultimately it will be fresh produce, tomatoes, carrots, you know, bananas, apples, fresh fruit, that they're going to handle all that distribution themselves. It's going to roll out starting on the East Coast because they're from Nashville, Tennessee, and they're going to start with 5,000 stores at a time to start providing fresher items in stores. You know, they're a rural-based retailer in a lot of, you know, parts of the world where they're the only store in town. And so a lot of those communities really would prefer to have groceries and those items. But we're a general merchandise retailer, and
Where's the nearest Dollar General from Hollister?
I believe probably Salinas. Los Banos.
Los
So Los
Banos?
Banos, I guess that's going east. And
How long has it been there?
you know, we were not involved in that, but I think that's probably been there for a fairly long time, 5, 6 years, I'm guessing, 4, 5, 6 years.
Okay. Okay, that was the final question. Thank you.
Thank you,
Oh,
appreciate it.
I have a question while you're still standing there,
Yep.
also for staff. So when this was reviewed in the committee before the planning commission, did the police department have any concerns about, you know, the store and, you know, possibly homeless people congregating there, anything like that come up?
So with this particular location, there's only one entrance point. There had been no discussion about gang activity or robberies or anything like that. There was discussion about the homeless or transient population. That was when we had a different design. Previous to this design, there was more of an open space that would have been in between this area right here. So depending on future development of this area would kind of created like a blind spot. But even with that, the particular type of landscaping that was being chosen would act as a deferrent. It's not a nice grassy knoll that someone would sit on. It was deer grass at that time. And maybe they can touch on what type of grass they will be using further away. We have heard a few citizens talk about having the transient population kind of be around that area. We don't have as many details on the specific plants that are being used. And then I was hoping if you could also answer Commissioner Stevens. She had a request on what was heard. I know we had members of the public speak, but if you wouldn't mind if there was anything else that
Yeah, and I
you
don't
heard
want to
at those
misspeak.
meetings.
You know, I think there's a good representation from particularly those that live right on the cul-de-sac. I think the number one thing that our takeaway was obviously traffic concern that particularly, you know, with the cul-de-sac, that you know, that they don't want the increased traffic. And I don't, you know, I think, you know, obviously, you know, that was number one. I think in general, there were lots of comments that they just, I don't think, want a Dollar General. You know, again, and I view that as potentially misconception in terms of just the types of products we really carry, and how our stores are run, and just the success we've had in other communities that I can tell you we don't have an ongoing common dilemma or problem with crime and homelessness in Dollar General stores in California. There are certain instances of that. Those are typically in much larger cities. I know Sacramento's had some difficult challenges in a few stores, but in general, that's not a common problem. It doesn't follow us around. I think that is a misconception for Dollar General. So those were the big ones. You know, I'd say traffic, and then just a general, they don't want Dollar General. Those were the big ones I think we heard. And, you know, again, we tried to mitigate the traffic as very best we can, and, you know, did all we could with staff. And at the end of the day, we can only do so much and still comply with the code requirements that we have to meet.
I do have another question on your your lighting, site lighting. Do you have a electrical
We have not
engineer
done a
who
photometric plan yet,
did the photometrics?
but we, you know, we will obviously be required to, if we got to the point of going to full construction documents. Security is a big issue. I mean, one of the things that Dollar General does always require is to make sure that parking is convenient to their front door. Because there is only one entrance, they like to make sure that the managers have good access and visibility to the front doors and activity that's going on there. Again, happy to condition if there's a certain foot candle that
You're
commissioners.
showing one light bollard to the west in the parking strip.
On the other side of the drive aisle on
Yes.
Felice? Yes,
Is
I think
any
that
other
would be.
light bollards that you're proposing there that you can tell me?
We'll obviously have building lighting that'll light up the other parking lot. I would think, and if I'm not mistaken, that we'll probably likely end up with some kind of.
Oh, there's another one there, I see, one at the,
On the north
on
side?
the north side, next to the
Yeah.
parking stall.
Yeah, I would think that to get the adequate foot candles, we'd have to be required
Okay.
to have something up there.
So
Do you have any also wall packs on the building itself?
Several wall packs, yes.
Okay.
So your front entrance is the southeast corner. That's a diagonal cutout, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, but you have parking right there and then to the north also as well?
Correct.
Right, so how would a manager monitor what's going on in the parking lot to the north?
That's difficult and that's challenging, and you're right. You know, that's a tough thing to do. You know, you can't see the entire parking lot. Again, it's kind of doing the best we can with what we have. You know, we have the requirement that those doors have to face 4th Street. That's just what the West Guideline, or the West Gateway guidelines require. So I think that's why we did accommodate and put parking in front. What we typically find, and I don't know what the exact stats are, but it's, throughout most of the day, I want to say that a third of our parking lot is busy at one time. It's just, it's typically fewer items. It's 5 to 10 minute trips for most customers. So 3 to 5 to maybe 10 at any one given time, other than the peak hours, is what's most common, which would be more than facilitated with the parking that we have directly in front for the store.
One final comment on my end here is that I think this is going to be at the building review stage, but I think it's very important that you indicate an accessible route that would go from the entrance to the public sidewalk. It's not, you're not showing that.
Okay.
It'd be a striped path.
Okay.
And I'm going to talk about that after public hearings.
Certainly.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Richard Ferreira.
Richard Ferrer, Hollister, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. This is a bright spot, a project that has a sales tax revenue producer, a local job producer, a shopping choice for local residents that don't require them driving out of town or driving across town to buy something. I see this as a much-needed step towards the economic recovery in Hollister. It meets the general plan criteria. It's an infill project. I hear all these people claiming, you know, oh, I've been here for 30 years, 40 years. My family in Hollister dates back to the 1800s. When I became an adult in the late 50s, if I took this stand here, you guys wouldn't even be out there. Your parents wouldn't even been about the heck. Where you were, that used to be orchards. That was orchards when I was a kid and a young adult. And if we had took this stand, you guys wouldn't even had a chance of living in Hollister. And this is an insult when we've got people, our community is in an economic setback. Ever since the earthquake and the moratorium, we've been digging out. We've been trying to dig ourselves out. I'm one of the principal in a 16,000 square foot building, retail building in downtown Hollister. I see this as a positive thing. I see this as a very positive thing. And this is an insult for our community to, when people want to come here and bring in business, to actually try to discourage it. We need sales tax revenue. You know, you talk about, oh, the schools is this. We voted bonds. If you look on your tax bills, if you own a piece of property, we put, when we had the moratorium and we shut down, we all got together, we floated a bond and to fund the sewer package plant. That plant isn't even to 40% capacity yet. But we do have to pay it off. And you know how we're paying it off? Out of our taxes and impact fees. And here's another problem. The city of Hollister should be building in the town, not the county. The county should not be building all these out in these subdivisions out there. But the reason the city's letting them do it, because that's how they're paying off the hookups on the sewage treatment plant. We should be annexing within the city limits, and should be building housing within the city. Let me give you a little history lesson. When we had the moratorium and we shut down, you want to know what happens when you have no growth? I'll tell you what happened when we had no growth. We lost Hayward Lumber Company. We lost Fortino's Furniture Store. We lost Staples. And we lost Lowe's, which was all ready to break ground and build it. Do you know how many jobs that are? If you're going to turn and try to take people away, you're going to have to be driving out of town. We got to bring people in here, and they're not going to come in here unless there's homes. The reason those people went out of business was because we didn't have any housing. Our growth stopped. I've traveled all over the United States, and I'm familiar with Dollar General stores in the East Coast. I've stopped and shopped at a lot of them. They're great. They're in 47 states. How do you think they're bad stores? How they're successful, or they wouldn't be in 47 states. So you take a close look at that, and and let me give you another example. 40 years ago, San Juan didn't have a grocery store. They had Neil's Market, was a glorified 7-Eleven. The same thing that people hollered to end up there. They didn't want the store. They didn't want it was going to ruin San Juan. That's their main place over there now. And all these people that are complaining right now, when Dollar General is there, they'll all be shopping there. They could walk there. They don't have to drive to the other side of town. So look at this economically, and look what a great thing this is, and this is what we should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Carl Johnson.
Mr. Commissioner and staff, Carl Johnson. I own the property that's between this proposed project and True Valley Hardware Store. I'm here everybody's already told why they don't want it here. I'm here to clarify where the access to Rakovich Drive is going to be. It's going to take more than half of my property away, where we've been there since 1972, running a pump shop business to repair the farmers' pumps and their motors, and my sons are running it now, and they want to continue. And we don't see any future development of our property, and as I understand it, this Rakovich access cannot be had until we do so, or sell it to somebody who wants to do so. And the people Peony Karate Court are hoping that if they get that access, they're not gonna be, using theirs anymore, but, we don't plan on doing anything with it, and I don't wanna lose my property. So, in fact, I'd probably lose one house out of the deal. So, that's, just so you know where that access would be. It's, well, it's not on the screen anymore, but it's right between hardware store and their proposed lot there. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Carla De Luna.
Good evening, everyone. I brought my daughter up because as she was listening, she was writing notes. And I thought, oh, well, that's cute. I said, well, why don't you tell them what you wrote? So she's a little shy, so I'm going to read it if it's okay. Totally out of her own mind. And then I'll tell you my thoughts. I wasn't planning to speak, but when she started writing notes, I was like, ooh, I think people need to hear the young people. And no offense to the builders, you know, I think it's great you've done good work in other cities. I just don't think it's the right fit for this neighborhood. So she wrote City Hall meeting. She said, next to my grandma's house, they're making a store, and I don't want it because it will make loud noises, and I want it quiet. Also, I feel bad for those who live there, and it will make a lot of trash, and we don't want trash. And it will cause traffic, and the store will be called Dollar General. And why does it have to be on the west side? Totally on her own. Her name is Ishim De Luna, by the way. She goes to Hollister Dual Language, and she's my daughter, and she's 9 years old. My name is Carla Torres. We grew up on the west side, started on Wright Road, and then ended up living over on Brandy Court. And so my mom still lives there. And there's, in my family, there's 7 voters. And we all talked, and we saw this on the agenda, and we all were concerned. And concerned the same way that the other, our other fellow people who live in the neighborhood, the same thing. What's gonna happen to as far as safety? What are the safety precautions that are gonna be made if there is a dollar store built there? You know, the Calavera School is right down the street. What is it, like 2 blocks away? And so a lot of kids walk through there morning and afternoon. What are we gonna do as far as the local business owners? We should think about them, True Value, Hollister Super, all the shops that are all along that side. You know, the gentleman talked about the competition, and that's why he doesn't wanna be over by Target and Kmart. Well, I think the local business owners feel that about you guys. You know, you guys are the Target and Kmart are the big dogs. You guys are kind of the second in line when you compare yourself to the local businesses there. So it's really not against you personally, Dollar Store. It's just not the right fit for this community. Yes, I love the comment of put it in Ridgemark, especially for the gentleman here who spoke, whose family's been here for so many generations. And I don't know where you live. Let's put the Dollar Store in your neighborhood because it sounds like you really appreciate what they have to offer. So, you know, I'm not trying to be funny. I don't know Dollar Store, but it's not a good fit for this community on the west side. And so I also am curious about how many people attended this forum. How was it advertised? Was it in English and Spanish? I didn't know about it. My family didn't know. And echoing the health concerns. And just lastly, for those of you sitting on this commission, I don't know where you live, but I would ask you, would you put the store in your neighborhood across the street from your house? And I really want you to think about that. Not against business, like the gentleman said, we do need businesses. You're right, but not this business in this community. Put it in another place. I would be totally supportive of your business being in another part of town, but not on the west side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Villaleon.
Wait a sec, you've already spoken.
You can't speak more than once.
He submitted another comment card.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'm sorry. I'll be brief. I heard the gentleman involved in this project say that we're doing the best we can with regards to some of the issues involving traffic. My question is, if we can't do this right at this moment, then why do it? Dollar General has more similarities to dollar stores than any other businesses. The weekly ad this week for for Dollar General, includes discounted items like alcohol, soda, chips, candy. Is this what we want our residents to buy? Dollar General does not offer healthier options as opposed to supermarkets. I'd rather drive across town to Target or any supermarket and support local businesses and have healthier options. By the way, to clarify, there is a Dollar General in Salinas. It's 17 miles from here. Someone else mentioned that driving delivery trucks on these streets would be difficult because of the cars parked there and the fire lanes. And for the record, I will not shop at any Dollar General. Like I said, I'd rather drive farther and support our local businesses and have healthier options. Thank you.
I would like to make one final announcement. Muriel Frederick did submit an email to, I believe, Commissioner Stevens. So I just wanted to let the commission know that we did receive an email. So,
Would you read the email for us, please?
Sure. Hello. I'm writing this with hopes that you will not approve a Dollar General store on 4th Street. It seems that any site near Ridgemark would never be considered for this project. It seems those in charge believe the west side of Hollister is in the poor side of town or the ghetto and not worthy of anything but low-income apartments, dollar stores, one Mercado, a liquor store, and a Subway. It is not being considered for the stores like Trader Joe's, Nob Hill, Safeway, Starbucks, etc. How does that benefit the needs of all citizens? And exactly how is that balancing public interests? Please let Dollar General get built somewhere else. We on the west side want and deserve more. We are not the ghetto you're trying to make us. Mission statement. The mission statement of the Planning Division is to preserve the integrity of the general plan, to shape the physical environment in a way that benefits the needs of all citizens, while balancing public and private interests. Please take a look at what building is being approved for the west side as compared to the rest of Hollister. Muriel Frederick.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We also have 2 additional emails that were submitted to Council Member Roland Resendez, who forwarded them to, who would also like to be read, if that's the pleasure of the commission. One of them is from Mr. Manuel Lopez. Manuel Lopez indicates, I am writing to voice my opinion on this matter. I do not believe this is what is needed in the west side. I am upset that all the building of low-income and lower-income stores is pushed into the west side. We are not the ghetto of Hollister unless you make us the ghetto. I do not see this store being approved in other neighborhoods. I also don't see any low-income housing being built elsewhere. A farm, workers apartment complex, low-income apartment, and senior housing. The west side should not be a dumping ground for any low-income proposals. We already have to deal with the main street to all the stores in town being shut down most of the year, quote-unquote Nash. How about approving some non-Hispanic and non-low-income business options? We have no grocery stores other than the Mercado. No non-Hispanic stores or shops. We have liquor stores, gas stations, and Hispanic stores. 4th Street is an entrance to town. We need stores, coffee shops, shops that are geared towards a broader demographic. Allow this side of town to grow into something better. We should be actively propositioning companies to join our town, not accepting a store geared towards ghettos. Please rethink this proposal. Find something that improves the west side and meets our needs. Thanks for your time, Manuel Lopez. And Ms. Silvia Duran also indicates as follows. Thank you for your video today. I agree the west side does not need a Dollar General store. We need something that will complement the west side, not cheapen it with a dollar store, general store. Tell them to get lost. Thank you again for all your hard work. You are a breath of fresh air. Silvia Duran, west side resident. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
also wanted to point out, It was brought to my attention that earlier today, the commission was delivered a letter by an attorney for Dollar General named Sabrina Teller. It wasn't my intent to read that. I believe that each of you have received a copy, and of course, if you'd like to review it, it's at your convenience.
I have not seen it personally, but
Does each of the commissioners have a copy of that letter?
Was it
my fellow
left on the
commissioners
table?
I can read it, or you can just peruse it at your own leisure before you make your decision. Or I can hand it to one of you and you can read it.
I did receive the email and read it.
And of course, I have to point out that any document used by the commission in making its decision, a copy of it needs to be made available for the public as well. So I assume we can do that if anyone's interested in it.
I have a question maybe while you're reviewing the letter, if that's okay, for staff.
yes, Jim, go ahead.
Commissioner Henderson, before you ask your question, I just want to comment on the city attorneys. There are copies in the lobby of the email from Ms. Frederick, as well as the email letter from the applicant's attorney, Sabrina, and I'm sorry, I forgot her last
Sabrina
name.
Teller? Ms. Teller?
Yes. And if anyone wants like an email copy or a physical copy, we can make you one as well.
Thank you.
We can make copies of that as well.
Okay.
Jason, if you like.
Okay, so my question was,
Still, the public hearing is still.
so as it says in the agenda, I believe that any decision of the Plan Commission can be appealed within 15 days. So my question is, the thing that's not clear to me is who has the right to appeal? Is it anybody or is it just the applicant?
Good question, Commissioner Henderson. So you're absolutely correct. Per Hollister Municipal Code, anyone who is aggrieved by the decision that the Planning Commission made, either approving or disapproving a project, can be appealed either by if for example, if a decision is made to approve a project, the applicant can appeal that to the to disapprove the project, the applicant can appeal that to the City Council. If the decision was made to deny the project, if the decision was made to deny the project, the applicant can approve it to the City Council. If the decision was made to approve the project, people that don't want it can appeal it. So absolutely, you're correct. It doesn't have to be just members of the public. The applicant can appeal. City, if I'm not mistaken, can also appeal. So yeah, it's open, and that's per our Hollister Municipal Code.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification.
Okay, so I think we are terminating the public hearing unless anyone else has not spoken in the audience on this item number 7, I believe. I will close the public hearing now. 6 after 10, and bring it to discussion amongst my fellow commissioners. I think that there was well, we haven't talked too much about the actual architectural style, but we've been hearing a lot of testimony about the use. And it is a permitted use within the general plan. So I think it's the role of us as commissioners it's not to criticize the use, it's to help guide the applicant to come up with a good project as best as can be. Now, some of the concerns that I've heard from the general public, and I appreciate you guys, it's been, when we started out, it's like 3.5 hours or whatever, just sitting through all these items to come to this one, and you live out there, and I hear what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with all of the commentary about crime and low income and all of this. comments that I've heard that because the store is called Dollar General doesn't mean it's a low-income store. And the connotation of low-income housing and low-income this and that is not really, I think it's a misstatement. It's not really low income, it's like affordability. It's what's affordable. And in this case, what we've talked about back in 2004, 2005, we went through the general plan, coming up with a mixed-use zoning land use in the West Gateway is we were trying to promote walkability. And this is some of the questions that I had for the applicant. A couple of questions is number one, is I want to make sure that we have adequate lighting for that site. And I want to make sure that there's a photometrics study that will be part of the procedure when this goes through the building department review. The other thing that needs to be addressed is I want to see an accessible route that's marked to the sidewalk from the entry area, because there has been studies, I put a lot of study on my own when we went into mixed-use designation about how to reduce traffic. And one of the studies that I have read in the past is that there's a lot of trips generated just to go to a convenience store to get a can of coffee, or just to, get some donuts. Maybe donuts aren't the best for your health, but I mean, or get some oil or whatever. I mean, there are a lot of trips generated on that for that reason, and to have what I would say this falls under the classification of a neighborhood convenience store is. It promotes, and I'm hoping that it does follow through with this, it does promote a sense of walkability on the west side. Now, what I'm looking at here is, and I haven't even talked about it, but, I was there and we met with people living out there to come up with an architectural style. That CMU, is that to be painted, or is that split face, or what kind of material is that? Can you elaborate on that a little bit? I don't want to see that painted brick. I like the natural brick. I don't want to see anything, that brick to be painted. To me, that's not a good look. I know you guys have been working with the applicant to try to improve the architectural style on the elevations. I think the elevations, I don't have any real issue with, in terms of how those elevation, that style will fit into that West Gateway. I think it's good enough, unless you have any other. But there's a lot of misconception out there about what's called low income, or ideally, of course, affordable housing or workforce housing. And I'm talking about generally speaking, it needs to be intermingled or integrated within the whole community. And and I agree, it should not be sequestered to one area of, and I'm not calling it low income, I'm calling it affordable. Good affordable housing projects are mixed within market rate developments where you cannot discern the income level of the user. That's what I embrace for this city. But we're not talking about housing here. We're talking about a convenience store, and it's right there, complies with the general plan. I'm adding a couple of conditions in the photometric study and an accessible route. And I think the elevations have been worked on. It is permitted land use. So, I mean, we went through that back in 2005. We're going to go through another general plan update, hopefully within, next few months. That's when we talk about land use. That's when we look into what uses are good for what area. You know, that's when we can make changes. But as I see what my role as a commissioner, is not to criticize a permitted use. The applicant has gone through and has gone beyond what's required of him to have a community meeting. He's addressed some of those, the input from the people that live out there. He's shown good faith. So I think it's going to be a good project. And that concludes my comments.
If I may quickly, we wanted to point out that there is walkability. This was one of the things that we were very adamant that be shown. So as you can see where Eva's moving the mouse, that's one point of entry onto the sidewalk. And then also on the other side of the building, that will be another point at which people can access. So you'll have access all around the building. Also, for the photometric study, this is something that we've been trying to include in our notices of incomplete per some of our other meetings where Commissioner Stevens had brought it up. So it is something that the applicant is aware of and will be required to do.
I would want that as an additional condition.
Noted.
Other comments?
I do have a question. So all these homes that are, I'm going to totally butcher the name, I'm sorry, Peony Crady? Crady? There's a lot of light that's going to be generated from this parking lot. How is that going to affect these homes that are right there on that street? They're going to be blinded with light all night long. Is there something that's going to be done? I don't see any trees on the plan. Like, how is that going to affect if this project went forward? To give them privacy, I would really dislike having a bunch of bright lights from a convenience store in my front window.
Well, if I might just say something, a photometric study would show how that light is contained
Okay.
on site. And also we have a dark sky ordinance where the you know, whatever light bollards or light poles or standards have to have a shield on them.
Completely shielded, right?
And I would recommend zero light spillage, you know, at all. I mean, there shouldn't be any light illumination into any parcel next door to it. So,
Roxanne?
Yeah, this is a really difficult decision. And I feel like we're in this like weird place because we continue to cite the general plan, and the general plan is so close to being expired, or whatever the word is, that it's coming to an end, and we're going to start working on a new one or updating this one. So it's a weird place to be in, and it's really compelling to hear the comments of the people who live right there. The property is just in a weird place, and it just is, if honestly I don't live there, if I lived there, I would be losing my mind to think that a Dollar General would be moved in front of me. And I would think, I would have a hard time to think of what would be okay for that spot, because it is a mixed use. So it's a very difficult decision. I just think that what the community has said is very compelling. I share some of the concerns of some of the first comments around when you have too many dollar type stores. And although Dollar General may have its differences, I think every dollar type store will say they have their own unique, I don't know, there's something unique about each one of their stores. They're not exactly the same. They all provide, low cost discount types of food and other things. That's why they're categorized together. There are studies that show that it does impact the local business, and so I do worry about the businesses that are there. So anyway, I think it's a really difficult decision. I do think, however, that the community and their comments, they're just really compelling, and it's hard to not, take heed.
Okay. Yeah. So I've had to do some thinking about what is our role as as planning commission, I think Chairman Huba, you kind of touched on it. You know, we're here to make sure that a project is, it looks good aesthetically, that it complies with the zoning, with the general plan. And I agree that I don't think we're here to, you know, debate about whether we personally like the use or not. I don't see that as being our role. Sorry, I have a ton of notes here. Yeah, what I wanted to say was that I don't believe it's not the government's role to pick winners and losers as far as business is concerned. I mean, what businesses win is decided by the free market. I mean, if this store goes in and no one shops there, is it going to be there in a year? No, it won't be there. So it's not, you know, the government's decision to decide, oh, we like you or we don't like you, and make decisions based on that. I mean, that's why there's a general plan, and that's why, it's important that, the public also get involved in the general plan when it's being revised again. And then, a decision can be made, we do like the zoning or we don't like the zoning, buy our place. Also, I don't think it's reasonable to, to purchase a home next to a vacant lot, and that's zoned for, commercial mixed use, and expect that it's going to stay vacant forever. Apparently it was vacant for 24 years, but, it's not reasonable to expect that it would never, something wouldn't come in eventually. So, yeah, those are the points that I wanted to make. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kevin.
I have another comment question. This email that Muriel Frederick wrote, she wrote in the mission statement, the mission of the planning division is to preserve the integrity of the general plan, to shape the physical environment in a way that benefits the needs of the citizens, while balancing public and private interests. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, that's
That's
correct.
a correct
That is
statement. Okay,
correct.
I'm just, for my own purposes, because right here, the public that's here, this is their interest. So it's not it's not just the general plan, it's also the public's interest and, private citizens, not just people that own homes, but people in the area too. And I think most importantly, it's the people that live on the west side. People that live on the east side, they say, yeah, we want a Dollar General, but are we gonna put it on the east side too? That's where it comes, where I'm a little bit torn on this. It's very controversial right now. But I just want to point out that our mission statement does say, to, shape it, balancing public and private interests, not just one or the other.
So as a commissioner, it's our job to review the site and architect design of the building and have an unbiased of what's going in the store, if it meets the requirements of that usage. And, there's things that have come across the different items on the agenda that we may not agree with the end result of the usage, but our job is here to vote on the architect and design of that building if it meets those requirements. So I'm trying to, look through it from that perspective. And I just wanted to go over Mr. Frederick's email, in which he referenced to it's not being considered for stores like Trader Joe's, Nob Hill, Safeway, or Starbucks. There was a Starbucks that was on that side of town. And the free market said it doesn't work over there, and that store closed down. And it would have to take the same course as if it doesn't work. People don't have to choose to shop there, but that's not our decision up here to decide that if it meets those requirements. We're here to look at the site, the architect and the design, and does that meet the plan that has been put forth for the west gateway? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Seth.
Another one. My concern, someone brought it up about the parking lot. You can't see the parking lot from inside the building on the north side where all these homes are located. When I first saw this project, that was my biggest concern, is all this parking is on this side, but there's no door. There's no one seeing what's going on that side. So they don't know if there's anything going on. The people that are gonna notice are gonna be the people who are living on this court. And they're the ones that are gonna have to call 911. They're the ones that are gonna have to be the advocates for what's going on in a store that's being brought to their neighborhood. From what I understand, you're not allowed to have access points from 4th Street, right? There's no driving into the parking lot from 4th Street. They can't, because I think the biggest thing is traffic, is what, from what I'm understanding, it's gonna bring a lot of traffic. And if this building was swapped, which we can't do, it's not part of our zoning. I guess my thing is, if it was swapped, it'd give more openness to be able to see what's going on. I don't know if that makes any sense, I'm sorry. I just think it's kind of like hidden, and like you said, you have a walkway right here on the side of the building that goes all the way around. Is that gonna be is that like an alleyway? Is there a fence there? Is there, if that makes it, like you see right here where there's a blank wall, and then you have the building. Is that an alleyway, or is that an open space, no fencing? I guess I'm just asking for clarification.
So right now, there's no proposed fence line that staff is aware of. The future use would be a walkway in between, and then, sorry, I was trying to take notes of some of the other questions that you were asking. We have flipped this and turned this so many different ways. One of the things that should be noted is we've tried to ask for 2 different entrances, and it's just been something that we've been told is not feasible for this project, hence the one entrance. That's, again, their prototype that they have. A part of having this building where it's positioned, and it took a lot of time to come to having it in this particular spot, is that is what is designated by our general plan, is to have stores on the front and parking in the rear. And unfortunately, with what we currently have, this would be like the first one to actually do that. So it's, if you try to compare it to what exists, yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm at. Like, none of our other buildings in Hollister look like this. And so that's why I'm very confused and very kind of taken back when it showed up in my doorstep, and why I was like, oh, why can't we just swap it? That would solve a lot of the, traffic issues and other problems. But it makes sense. It's just different.
I wanted to get clarification on what the gentleman who said he owned the property between True Value and this property. So the Rakovich Street that's on the south side, is there a plan to extend that north? Or, yeah.
So as Amber mentioned earlier, after the community meeting, the applicant did actually prepare a plan that closed the cul-de-sac. They kind of changed their parking lot a little bit, and it was kind of weird, and they had a place where their truck could turn around. But one of the things that was required by our safety personnel, fire and police, was having 2 vehicular access points on this property. And so the way that the condition reads in regard to the property next door and Rakovich Way is that when and if development to the west occurs at some point in the future, that development would provide access to another road so we could close the cul-de-sac, because we recognize that it's commercial traffic on residential roads. But And they also planned on the piece of the property that's not being developed right now, they plan to develop that property in such a way, I don't know how they're planning to design whatever may or may not go there in the future, but it will have to have vehicular and pedestrian access that can still connect further to the west. So there is no plan for development, there's no plan for an extension of Rakovich. It would just be what development comes through as we step kind of closer to this, that we're still keeping that option because that is the goal, would be connectivity to Rakovich Way, and connectivity most likely coming from the existing commercial parking lot to the west to Rakovich as well, if that makes any sense.
Just one suggestion. I mean, that's kind of a drastic measure, really. I mean, I don't really see, there's some difficulty factors connecting to Rakovich. Before you do that, I would just recommend having a traffic study done, you know, before you proceed with something like that.
Yeah. I would imagine that traffic studies would be done, but that's also part of that Westgate
solution.
beautification plan, as Abraham's mentioned, Amber's mentioned, that those are the points of access to Fourth, and the general plan requires interior circulation between properties.
Well, for one thing, you've got, in terms of this commercial store, you've got plenty of parking on site. I mean, is it really going to generate that much traffic? But I guess you're saying that what's going on next, but that lot is not that large. So I would think that get a traffic study done before you cut through someone's property, like Carl's property there. I mean, that's my recommendation. Okay. Any other comments on this item number 7? I entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the site and architectural design for the application 2019-9, subject to the finding and conditions in the PC resolution 2019-33.
Were there, Chairman Huba, it seemed like you brought up a couple things that you said you would want.
Just a reminder, there is a motion on the floor.
Yes.
Yeah,
there's a motion on the floor, and it's subject to further discussion.
Yeah.
Regarding your motion, Commissioner Munzer, one condition that I wanted to add was to have a photometric study.
Mr. Chair, can I, just to allay Commissioner Munzer's concern, that could be phrased as a proposed friendly amendment to his to his motion.
Okay. I'm proposing an amendment to add that condition. Is that what you're alluding to?
Yes.
Okay.
So I will second the original motion plus the friendly amendment.
The amendment was friendly, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. You want to do a roll call on this?
Sure.
Please.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll be doing a roll call. Commissioner Roxanne Stevens?
Nay.
Commissioner Seth Munzer?
Aye.
Commissioner Kerry Johnson?
Nay.
Commissioner Kevin Henderson?
Aye.
Mr. Chair David Huboy?
Aye.
Very well.
So for the record, the motion is adopted with the friendly amendment by a vote of 3-2.
Okay, well, I just want to thank you all for coming. I appreciate your comments. Congratulations to you. Now we'll move on to item number 8. Planning Commission recommendation to the City Council of a mitigated negative declaration and pre-zone 2017-2. Hugh Bickle, the applicant, is requesting Planning Commission recommendation to the City of Hollister City Council for the pre-zone for annexation of one parcel of approximately 9.102 acres to the City of Hollister and the adoption of a mitigated negative declaration. The project site is located at 1070 Buena Vista Road within the City of Hollister sphere of influence, north of Buena Vista Road and Calaveras School and west of Westside Boulevard. The property is further identified as San Benito County Assessor Parcel Number 019-120-005, CEQA Mitigated Negative Declaration.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson Hugh Boyd. The applicant is requesting approval to pre-zone 9.102 acres of land in the R3 MPZ Medium Density Performance Overlay Zoning District for annexation into the city limits of the City of Hollister. The property is located at 1070 Buena Vista Road, which is north of Buena Vista Road and Calaveras School and Park, and east of Westside Boulevard. The property is located within the city's sphere of influence and general plan planning area. So this is a map on your screen of the general plan planning area. The orange line here is our city sphere of influence, and I kind of roughly drew in here our city limits. So the city limits are just south of the property here. The general plan designation for the project site in the county of San Benito is residential mixed, which allows for 8 to 20 dwelling units per acre. And the city general plan designation is medium density residential, which is 8 to 12 dwelling units per acre. The City Council of the City of Hollister authorized the initiation of the application for pre-zoning of this property on August 17th, 2015 at its regular meeting by unanimous vote 5-0 by resolution 2015-157. Just to note, the item being considered for recommendation to the City Council tonight is strictly for the pre-zone for annexation of the property, as well as approval of the environmental document, a mitigated negative declaration. At this time, there's no proposed development or map or site and architectural plan, so we don't have anything to discuss in regards to kind of plans. But any future entitlements, such as a tentative map or a site and architectural or conditional use permits or anything like that, would be subject to review and approval by the Planning Commission and or the City Council, depending on the entitlement. The environmental document therefore analyzed the kind of full build out of this property at 12 units per acre, which is 109 maximum residential units. The Local Agency Formation Commission, or LAFCO, I'm sorry, I should have been on this slide when I was just talking here. So LAFCO, pending the pre-zoning approval, the City Council will be asked to approve a resolution requesting LAFCO to initiate proceedings for annexation of the property. The sphere of influence approved by LAFCO establishes a boundary where it's anticipated that city services will be available and that the city will grow in the future. So a pre-zone application such as this must include a plan for providing services that describes how the public services will be provided to the property being considered for pre-zoning and annexation. And Exhibit A of this was the engineer's report that was prepared by the applicant. So these are some of the exhibits from that. On the left here, this is the water facilities. There's an existing 12-inch water main running east-west in Buena Vista Road, which would provide direct connection points to the property. And then there are sanitary sewer facilities located in Westside Boulevard, as well as to the west of the property in Buena Vista Road that could both provide a potential point of connection to sewer facilities for this property. And then finally, for stormwater facilities, there is a 24-inch storm drain facility in Westside Boulevard, and this is a drainage plan, and it appears that the property drains to the northwest. This engineering report did propose a potential stormwater basin location. However, the City Council recently adopted updated code for the stormwater management, which was also brought before the Planning Commission by the Engineering Department. And so what we're looking towards is underground facilities, if and at all possible. So likely when and if entitlements come before the Commission and the Council, we'll be looking at some kind of underground facility for stormwater detention and retention. There is an existing single-family home as well as a distribution center on the parcel, which are served on-site with an existing septic system. And so those would be abandoned upon development and connection to the sewer services. One thing, this table goes over the process for pre-zoning and annexation. The first step would be to file for initiation of a pre-zoning and annexation, which this applicant did in 2015 with initiation of pre-zone application 2015-4. The City Council would then approve that, which was approved again at the August 2015 City Council meeting. And then the applicant would go through an environmental review. And so this property did a mitigated negative declaration, which I'll talk about in a little bit, which will have to be approved prior to the recommendation for pre-zoning and then ultimately the pre-zoning by LAFCO. So right here, we're at step 4 of this process. It will go before the City Council for 2 readings. If the Commission does recommend the pre-zone application to the Council, and then after that, there is a LAFCO application process, and LAFCO is the board which actually approves changing boundaries. Regarding the environmental review, the City of Hollister circulated a mitigated negative declaration for the proposed pre-zone from March 22nd, 2019 to April 22nd, 2019. The City of Hollister did receive 4 letters from state and local agencies, as well as 10 comments, both email and letter, from local citizens in response. Formal written responses to comments on an MND are not required by CEQA. However, the City of Hollister, in the interest of full disclosure and cooperation with responsible agencies, the public, all issues that are germane to the environmental analysis were analyzed and responded to in the response to comments package by EMC and Hexagon and reviewed by the city. And I can address any questions on that, but I wasn't going to read all of them. It was about 15 to 20 pages of comment and response. We also received a letter from the State Clearinghouse, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, dated April 26, 2019, which just indicated that the City of Hollister complied with the Clearinghouse review requirements for draft environmental documents pursuant to CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. And there was a letter from the California Native American Heritage Commission attached to the Clearinghouse letter, which was also received separately and included in the response to comments package. With that, the city recommends, or staff recommends, that the Planning Commission make 2 motions. One would be to adopt a resolution recommending to the council the adoption of the proposed mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And the second motion would be to adopt a resolution recommending to the City Council the approval of pre-zone 2017-2, subject to the findings and conditions contained in the draft resolution.
Thank you,
Are there
Eva.
any questions for staff?
Any questions for Eva?
Yeah, I have actually quite a bit of questions, and here's where, again, the concerns that I've raised in other meetings around not receiving training to be able to decipher some of this information. I'm just gonna voice my objection about that I still have not received any training. This is something really new I've never heard, and we have not read a report since I've been commissioner about pre-zoning and annexation. So I need to just know, like, what does that really mean? How does it fit into, like, the overall process of developing? And I would like for you to answer it. Obviously, you need to be concise. It's really late. We don't want to be here all night. But I just want to, again, say that I really feel like there has to be some training, because I feel like we're being asked to make these really important decisions, and we don't have the knowledge base that we need to be able to make really good informed decisions. And it just makes me really nervous to be able to make a decision like this about something that I feel like I don't have enough information and training around. So anyway, can you just briefly talk a little bit about what does that mean in the overall process of like going through the process of reaching a developed property?
Sure, I'll do my best, and I may have Abraham chime in, but just really quickly on the training, we continue to look, and we will let you know if we find anything, and we definitely want to go to the one that we found too late earlier this year, next year, if that's possible, but it'd be good to find something this year still, but we continue to look, and if you all find anything, let us know, and we will do our best to get you guys to that. But in regards to pre-zoning, so the process of taking a piece of property that is located in the county that wants to develop or simply just wants to come into the city for whatever reason, maybe they want services, but in this case, it's likely that this property will come for development. So the first step, you go to the council and you ask to pre-zone. And what pre-zoning means is, if we go back to LAFCO, the city council and the planning commission, the city actually doesn't physically change the borders. They don't have the power or the authority to change the borders, limits, or the sphere of influence, or any of those borders. LAFCO, which is a board where we have members from the city council, there's members from the county, and there's a member of the general public, and it's a regional board. They actually are concerned with boundaries, and they are able to approve them. And the rules and things that they look at is services, the availability of services, as well as preservation of agricultural land, prime ag land, things such as that. So the point of LAFCO is kind of to be outside of the concerns of cities, such as growth or those kinds of things are supposed to be regulated by the council or by the board of supervisors. And LAFCO is supposed to be concerned with, does this property have access to fresh water, sewer services for the zone that it is proposed to be in the jurisdiction that it's asking to join? Are we taking away from ag land, which is monitored by the Agricultural Commission, and are we preserving the environment in those kinds of ways? So you file an application to initiate this process, and the city council will say yay or nay, like and the city council takes into consideration the nearness of utilities, the potential zone, access to roads and such things like that. And does it make sense, the boundary? Another thing that LAFCO looks at is trying not to create islands or peninsulas. So you kind of want to annex all properties in between a limit. So if for example, I don't know if I have one here, maybe if this piece wanted to come in, and we'll just say everything's in the sphere of influence because it makes it a little easier, but if this piece wanted to come into the city limits, LAFCO would probably want all of this to come into the city limits so that it doesn't create kind of weird lines and potential peninsulas and things like that. So those are other things that are looked at. So if the city council approves or disapproves beginning this process, then we go through the environmental review. We talked about exemptions with other projects. Many projects are exempt in the city, particularly small infill projects. But in this case, it's not exempt. It's larger than 5 acres. It has potential to have significant impacts, but what was prepared was a mitigated negative declaration. So all of the potential significant environmental impacts, such as traffic or aesthetics, noise, all of those are analyzed, and there were mitigation measures that could be made, whether it was paying a fee, doing a certain improvement, having construction. There are air quality mitigations for construction, such as watering dirt so that there's not a lot of dirt created. So all those kinds of things are done during the environmental review. And then we come to this stage. So you pre-zone because the city would want the zone to be a certain thing depending on the general plan, but the city doesn't actually get to annex it, so they can't zone it, if that makes sense. LAFCO kind of says, now it's in the city, and you said, if it came into the city, I wanted it to be medium density. So you're pre-zoning it in anticipation that LAFCO will annex it.
Okay, thank you. That's a good summary. I still want the training, but that was really good. Thank you. I have one other follow-up question, and then that's it. Do you have an idea of like what would be the timeline that it would take to get, like, once you did the pre-zone, that got approved, went through, till you got to the point where maybe you were ready to start developing a project, or even the plans for a project?
Sure.
Is there like what would it be, like 10 years? Would it be 2 years? Would it be 3 months? I mean, what's the timeline?
Sure. So we'll talk about this project, and I'll try and kind of create a timeline as we go. So if the Planning Commission tonight did recommend to the City Council the pre-zoning of this project, we would likely hear the first reading of the ordinance in August. We should have enough time to prepare staff reports and such for that in August. And because it is an ordinance, because we are changing the map to pre-zone these properties, it requires 2 readings. So we'd hear the first reading, likely the first meeting of August, potentially the second, but likely the first meeting of August, and then the second reading would be the second meeting of August or early September. And then 30 days after that, the applicant can apply through the city to LAFCO. And the LAFCO process, I would say it takes maybe a month or 2 to schedule, Abraham?
Another 60 days, pending that if everything is completed and submitted.
Yeah, so what Abraham was saying is about 60 days at minimum, depending on if LAFCO has everything complete in their application and they don't need anything else. It takes about 60 days to schedule a LAFCO hearing. And if LAFCO approves, they have a 45 to 60 day kind of, it's not really an appeal period, but it's like a waiting period, because I believe it's LAFCO, they can change their mind. And so let's say maybe we're in January or February, that the applicant would be or this property would be actually annexed into the city, and at that point, the applicant could submit plans. And a tentative map likely takes 3 to 4 months at the very fastest before it will actually come to a planning commission meeting. Oh, and I will add that further environmental review may be required also, and that could significantly delay the time. We've been working on this mitigated neg deck for almost a year, pretty diligently, and they applied for it, and there were some delays due to policy. They started the environmental process in 2017.
I have questions. I have a question for staff. What is the zoning of the neighborhood adjacent immediately to the south? Is it the same as what's being proposed for this rezoning?
I believe immediately to the south, you have the school, but to the southeast is low density. I believe it is actually, it's not Old Town. No, that's R1. If you come into kind of this area a little bit further to the east, we get into Old Town, medium, and high. But here is R1, and it extends around to R1 also on this side.
Okay, sorry. You're going to have to, I'm not up on the R's, what they all mean.
Low
so,
density. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, so what's being proposed is less dense or more dense than what's
more
dense?
dense,
More dense.
medium. So what's being proposed is medium density residential, which is 8 to 12, and the low density is 1 to 8.
Any other questions? Let's open up the public hearing at 6 minutes to 11.
Mary Grimm.
Thank you. I won't be too long. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Mary Grimm. I live at 31 Brandy Court, and I'm here to address the annexation of the 9 acres to the City of Hollister. If this annexation results in further development of housing adjacent to Buena Vista, I have a definite concern about the impact to those of us who already live in the area. I go out of Brandy Court, and if I turn to the right, we have the housing that's developed at the top of the hill of Buena Vista with a nice new road that's cascading down that empties onto Buena Vista. We have the housing and apartments that are next to the IOOF cemetery that have been developed, and this is all within the past 5 years. We have the housing next to Calaveras School, probably approximately about 80. Housing and apartments next to the cemetery, approximately, I think, 140 to 200. Housing that is next to my neighborhood to the left of Brandy Court, approximately 50 houses, and the land is being prepared across the street for more housing to be developed. Approximately, I think, about 400 housing units. 192? When I talked to the developer a couple of years ago, he said about 400. That's just within the past 5 years. So we'll be looking at an avalanche of traffic from the soon-to-be-open street emptying onto Buena Vista to increase traffic from the housing that will be built across the street from us and that's now occurring. It seems to me there hasn't been much discussion about the impact of increased traffic and population to the quality of life in our part of town. There aren't any speed bumps along Buena Vista to keep traffic within the speed limits. There aren't any traffic lights. There aren't any stop signs. There are 3 different speed limits within a matter of feet, 35, 30, and 25. Buena Vista is a 2-lane road with increased and speeding traffic during commute times. Buena Vista is also impacted by the drop-off and pickup traffic at Calaveras School before school and after school during the school year. I have a concern for the safety of children walking to and from Calaveras School and pedestrians who walk on those sidewalks. It's also a risk, especially when crossing the streets at commuter time. I've been walking the streets and cars, even if I'm in the crosswalk, cars just go. I'm glad I haven't been hit. Increased traffic raises safety concerns, and for bike riders as well. I am for responsible development. I used to work for a homeless shelter. I know what it's like to be without a home. But the responsible development also includes infrastructure development as well. And that includes what we need to do with our roads and streets. They need development and improvement to our community that includes increased resources to schools. Calaveras is going to be impacted by all of this development just along Buena Vista. And schools and parks, open spaces where those kids who are moving into those homes can play. So we have a growing city and we have needs, but it seems a lot of it is happening along my street of Buena Vista. So that's my concern. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Mary.
Richard Ferreira.
Richard Ferrer, Hollister, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. This is a map. You see there's some circles in there. This ground zero there is the building we're in. Those circles are out. In expansion or zoning or annexing into city, the most ideal places are infilled. And you talk about infrastructure, you look for infrastructure in what thing. You could see that the project up there in the left side corner there is the area of the project. It is closer to this building, City Hall, than it is than Hollister High School is to City Hall. It's closer than the police department. It's closer than Memorial Park. This is what you call infilled. The water is right at the project. The sewer is at the project. That's called infrastructure. It's right there. When you're trying to do expansion and you're looking to build and expand in the city, this is an ideal piece of property to do it. As you could see, this is what you look for when you're looking to do it. So I'm just wanted to bring this to you, show you this, so you could understand exactly. You can see this is closer to City Hall than the majority of the city of Hollister is. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Marilyn Ferreira.
I'm going to stand here, and now that the room is a little bit emptier, I hope you hear me. And I want to tell you what a pleasure it's been here to sit here all night. You ask questions and you care, and that's very important for all of you. I've known Lori since, I hate to say it, about 30 years now. I knew her as a young girl when she first came. She even worked for me for a time, then she was a tenant, and then I actually sold her a house. Many years later, they called me and they showed me their home that they had bought in 207, which is 1070 Buena Vista. She shared a vision with Rick Pennington and his mother, who sold them the property. And Audrey was a great realtor, developer, an individual who cared about the city of Hollister, and they shared their thoughts about this property. They invested in it, they took care of it, they believe in the development, and it's perfect for the future neighborhood development. It will also bring more residents to patronize the businesses along the west end of 4th Street. The other positive thing is, even though other developments have gone in over the last 2 years, the overall impacts are low. It has not become congested. It's still a very nice place to live, and it's a very lovely community. But the best part is the park. The park benefits the families that live in that area. The city has done a great job keeping it up for residents on the west side. Thank you very much for your time tonight. It's well planned, and I want to say something about my friend Mr. Bickle. I've had the pleasure of working with him, and we've been working on this now since 2015. There isn't a builder in this community that cares about the fireman, the policeman, the newly married, the single person. He builds a house on the small lots, and he builds quality. I took him over to Holland Circle many years ago, and I showed him Holland Circle, and he said to me, Marilyn, how come nobody else develops something like this? It's a gated community right behind Lucky. And this is the kind of thing he does. And right now, Maple Park's under construction, and they're getting a great response. The person who needs a job here, that lives here, like when Brian came here, could have gone there and had a home right away and not stay in a motel. You don't know how lucky we are to have someone like Mr. Bickle. He's hands-on. He does everything. I call him my control freak. And there should be more builders that care about the people. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Hugh P. Bickle.
After that introduction, I don't know how you guys put up with this. This is, look what time it is. I mean, you give me, anyway, I'm going to read it, just because I want to make sure I hit everything. Anyway, good evening. The Whittle property, and that's Ryan and Alan Whittle back there, that owned that property for a long time, and they were kind enough to let us look at it. But anyway, tonight, this is a classic, what's called smart growth infill project. It's not out on the outside. It's not out past Fairview Road. It's right in town where it belongs to be, where it can get the services, where people can walk, you know, to do shopping and walk to do other things. And the City of Hollister's general plan shows this property as being appropriate for annexation as a medium-density residential use. The Hollister City Council also voted to include the Whittle property within the city's sphere of influence. All streets, all utilities are to the site, already there. Our new homeowners in these homes, in addition to paying property taxes, will pay for the maintenance of the public streets adjacent to the property. The older homes don't do that. Your property taxes pay for the streets. These people pay property taxes and they pay for maintaining the streets and the landscaping. In addition to paying property taxes, our new homeowners will pay CFD fees, which was discussed earlier, for their share of park maintenance and for the fire department and for the police department, over and above their property taxes, which again, the older homes don't do. Our new homeowners will also pay, believe me, this is a true statement, will also pay $7 million in city, school, and county impact and permit fees. $2 million of these fees will go to pay for expanding our road systems, which would not otherwise be available. Measure G will provide an additional $16 million a year. That's the ordinance we passed last fall. $16 million a year to expand our road system. We are addressing these problems. We are, as a community, aware that we need to expand and widen Highway 25. New construction and Measure G together will provide the funds to do this. Our new homeowners, the Hollister Public Park is directly across the street from the Whittle project. There will be no need to build additional public park to serve the residents of these homes. Our park fees, which are tens of thousands of dollars, will go towards building new parks elsewhere in the city of Hollister. So they're not only fees are paying for fixing things up in and around this project, when there's already facilities there, then our fees can go to build parks elsewhere where they're needed. The Calaveras Elementary School is also directly across the street. Your mom doesn't have to take the kids to school and go pick them up. That's less trips on our school or street system. The school will continue to graduate students who moved into the neighborhood several years ago. What happens is families with kids move into a neighborhood, the kids grow through the school systems and move away. And sometimes the parents resell the home, but oftentimes they stay there. And the schools experience a decline in enrollment to the point where, you know, you have less of a given class, or oftentimes you have to actually, you know, bring in kids from other neighborhoods in order to maintain the school system as an active use. Schools established in neighborhoods historically experience a declining enrollment without new students moving into the neighborhood. Our school fees, which is again approaching $1 million, will pay if we actually have to add any new classrooms to that school across there due to the growth along Buena Vista. The money's there. It's a normal standard things that are paid, and the school districts collect the fees directly. It goes to nothing else except the schools and the expansion of the schools. The new homes will be elegant, smart, smaller, and the lots are smaller. They're more affordable by design. We build new detached single-family homes in this project for Hollister citizens at a price well below what the other home builders in Hollister have to charge for their large lot, large homes. We're building smaller homes on smaller lots, a lot cheaper, much more affordable for the average wage owner. Over half of our homes in a similar project we built last year were purchased by families who are presently living in Hollister. A number of other additional homes were built. People came from out of town to be near their children and grandchildren. So there's a reason why people move here, and they're not just all working up in Silicon Valley. We talked about teachers and affordability and you know, people coming into town and not being able to afford. If both the husband and wife are a teacher, they can afford to buy our houses. So the two teachers, two relatively low-paid people in our society, those two together, they make enough money to buy these houses. They don't make enough money to buy the bigger, large lot houses. Those are just out of reach for a family of two teachers. Stonebridge Homes, which is our company, is a local company. We have been building in and around Hollister and San Juan Bautista going on 35 years. I'm old, guys. I've been doing this a long time. We are very proud of the fact that we provide an employment path for our local kids to learn a trade which pays a medium income, pays a middle-class income. There's very few things that a high school graduate can do that will pay as much as a construction job. Our employees also do not have to crowd onto Highway 25 every morning to work outside Hollister. If we close the town down and don't build, 13% of the jobs in Hollister will disappear. So be a little careful when we talk about, well, we've got to stop building all these things. And those kids will then have to get jobs elsewhere outside the community and get onto the same transportation system that is right at this point is so stressed. Last, the CEQA review before you found that all project impacts were fully mitigated. There are no unmitigated impacts, negative impacts from this project. None. They're all been mitigated at the cost of this project where necessary. Thank you. It's late at night.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Dickey.
apologize. Talk to you later.
And our final speaker, Rick Pennington.
Hi, thanks for waiting so long to hear us speak. I go a long way back with this property. Back in the middle 90s, my mom and I were doing some small projects, 10, 20 homes or lots that we would get into. My mom and I bought this piece of property. We owned it. And part of the way that we got to it was, I think it was Ray Hetherington was the planning director in the early middle 90s. And we were asking where would the city like development to go? Because at that time, everything was south. Everything was going to the east up the what they call a sunny slope area, and everything was going south. What eventually developed and now is all the way down to Roberts Ranch, I think you're calling it. That was all open country. So they actually recommended, and we kept on the lookout for a couple of years before this property came available. We bought it from the guy who had it. As far as I know, there was never any agriculture on it, at least not in the last 25 or 30 years. So when I sold it to Alan Laurie, the idea that I had, my mother and I actually wanted to develop this very kind of project. We wanted to do smaller lots, maybe even a PUD, and affordable houses in this area that could go to that school. My daughter went to that school, let's see, about 25 years ago, and my granddaughter goes there now. So we have long roots to this community in general and to that area in particular. So we were actually directed by people in the planning department to go to where this piece of property is. They wanted growth on the north end of town, and they said part of the problem is you just may be a little early because you need to get water to it, you need to get sewer to it, and you need a better access rather than winding through town by Old Fremont School, what is now the courthouse. If they ever get a road to the north, which now they're opening up, it would be a good project. So for traffic reasons, for growth reasons, for a shorter commute, I don't know how many of you drive across town in the morning, but driving across town used to be a 5-minute operation. When I go to pick up my granddaughter at Calaveras, it's sometimes a 25-minute thing in the afternoon. So I would just basically say that for a lot of reasons, we've had a lot of growth, and I know that there are concerns. My wife has been a teacher, just retired recently, been teaching on and off for 25 years in this area. That school site, that neighborhood, that area is probably a better place for growth than a lot of the growth we've had over the last 15 or 20 years. So I know there have been a couple of recent projects there, in deference to the people who spoke earlier. I think that project is actually a better fit than a lot of the stuff that we've done south of Union Road and east of Fairview. So I would thank you for your consideration. I just came to provide a friendly comment and a little bit of historical perspective. It's not a prime ag piece of land. It is almost like an infill project. It's where the city told us, that's part of the reason we bought the house, bought the land, is they told us that's where they would like to see development happen, on the north end of town, so you wouldn't have all the crosstown traffic. So for a lot of reasons, the infrastructure now is there. It wasn't when we bought it 25 years ago. It is on the north side of town. It is in a place that provides all kinds of resources for a project like this, and they're able to produce houses cheaper than I've been able to. I haven't been building the last 10 years much, but when I used to build and when we did it more custom homes, we often had to go up to get profit margin because the land was so expensive. Because this allows a little bit smaller lot, you've got housing that you can produce for people and families at a much more reasonable cost. Now, what is affordability? It's never as cheap as anyone would want it to be, but these houses are definitely going to be cheaper. I like what Anderson builds. I think they're one of the better builders in the area. But I think here you're going to be able to build houses on a smaller footprint with a smaller size, a smaller building envelope, and you're going to be able to compete very effectively and provide a home for not just the two teachers, but maybe a fireman and a teacher, maybe a city worker and a teacher, a couple of people who make, 50, 60,000 a year. If that's two of them working, are going to be able to afford one of these houses. Sounds like an awful lot of money, but in today's economy, I think it works. So I would agree with you and Marilyn and the others that have spoken. I think this is a project that's worthy of annexation and development. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a request to take this short little 5-minute recess.
You're the chairperson.
Okay, we are recessed for 5 minutes.
All right.
To order. Okay, so I think that concludes the public hearing. I'll close the public hearing now at 11:25. So, what's the, bring it back to the commission on this pre-zone application?
I have a-
Recommendation of the city council.
I have a comment. I really like hearing about the numbers and about giving back to the schools, and because that's my primary concern. Is that school is very crowded right now as it is, so they do need to grow because the area is growing. I live in that area. We bought a home 4.5 years ago. We love this side of town, but traffic is also a huge, I'm sorry, is it Mary? Huge issue. I've been run off Buena Vista Road 3 times in the last year because I have people driving 50, 60 miles an hour, and I'm just not going fast enough at 35 miles an hour. So it's a concern, and I'm sure it's a concern for everybody that lives in the area. One is also the traffic lights. There's not a lot of lights on that street. I mean, the biggest traffic issue that I find is even more important besides the speeding is 156 in Buena Vista. That is having accidents all the time, and it's getting worse. And I'm scared for myself to drive and turn onto that road. My husband drives it daily. Many of my friends, neighbors drive that daily. I'm not opposed to new developments coming. These are things that worry me as a parent, as a friend, as a community member, because if we're gonna keep developing this area, which is gonna happen because it's a prime area. I mean, I love it there, and I'm sure many other people love it there. I just worry about the traffic and then the school impacts because it's such a popular area. You're gonna have more and more coming in. So these are things that need to be addressed, which I see that you are addressing with the school with the amounts of money. So I like hearing that you're willing to do that. It's really nice to hear that. But with more of these things coming up being addressed, because it is a dangerous thing. I mean, I was turning left onto my street and a car just went past me, and had we not been paying attention to what was behind us, they would have slammed us at 60 miles an hour, and I had all 4 of my kids in the car. So said when we're annexing any property, just for the commission, is being able to hear from the developer the kind of things, steps that they want to take towards helping lessen these kind of impacts towards the residents that are already there. So that's my only comment.
So the comment that I want to make is that I am really concerned about the amount of information that was in that report and the amount of time that we had to review it. So I sent you all an email last week, and I told you I really needed the packet by Friday because I was going to be working all week. I was going to be working like 12-hour days. I was not going to have time. And then when I saw this packet, when we finally did get it, it had information that was stuff that I just needed more information about. So I feel really uncomfortable about having to make a decision about this because I think everything that Commissioner Johnson said, I echo. I think it's a good place for development. I'm concerned with the development. I'm concerned about the timing of it. And so being able to have some better information to make a better, decision, I think would be great. So I just really have to stress how much we really need to have these packets to us sooner so we have more time so then I can go back and check with people and do other things. Getting these packets Monday night is just not helpful. But I know you guys work really hard. I know this is a really tough week, and the reality is that we still need time to be able to get through these packets. So I feel like I can't make a decision on this tonight, and I'm not going to ask that we continue this to another meeting. I'm probably going to abstain from the vote because I just don't feel comfortable making a decision about this project. And I'm just going to ask again that we get the information, the packets as early as we possibly can the week before. I mean, we were getting them every Friday, and now it seems like we're getting them later and later, and it's just really hard to be able to get through all of this. And with these really long agendas, it's just not humanly possible to get through all of that information and feel like you can make an informed decision at these meetings.
I just wanted to maybe talk about, thanking the Mr. Bickle for the numbers that he shared, the stats, and where some of the fees go. I also just wanted to speak, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was Creek Bridge, which was behind the Target area, Morning Gloria. That was one of Mr. Bickle's projects in which I challenge you to do one like that again. It was homes that had ADUs, and which gave families opportunities that maybe if they were just starting out, they could have their family with little kids in the house while the grandparents lived on the property. And I think those are one of just a fabulous product that was put out that I haven't seen the likes of it since. And it addressed a couple of issues. It addressed an affordable housing, which maybe the homeowner could rent it out and have their tenant live on the property, which they keep an eye on it. And so I just want to speak to that and the quality of his products. The other one is the development that he did by Sierra Vista School. And that community is also for first-time home starters, that they're homes that may be smaller footprints, but the front doors on that, they all faced a park. And so it created this community-like area in which the neighbors could come out. They're looking right at the park from the front door. There's a barbecue out there, or you look just past the park and you're looking at your neighbor's front door. And so it just created this warm environment that kind of created this culture that was inviting. And so I just wanted to speak to the quality of the stuff that I've seen that he has done. I think he takes the community into concern when he builds this and puts these products out there. And so just, thank you for getting up there and explaining the numbers, explaining where those fees and the impacts go. And that's all I kind of had to say and share about it.
Yeah, I do, the Creek Bridge over, I've seen some Mr. Bickle's development, and I've been very impressed with it. He's very creative on problem solving, and the way the layouts of the street parking, even with little bulb outs, or what, I don't know if I'm right terminology, but that and from Mr. Pennington was saying, I mean, that piece of property was certainly it's ripe for annexation. I mean, I know there's traffic. I appreciate Mary and Mr. Grimm there. I appreciate you coming to the Planning Commission meeting. It's 11:30. I mean, I know. I don't know. There's a lot of issues that we have, and one of the things is the traffic. I don't know. I don't have any solutions right now, but I do know that is a parcel that is modeled for annexation, and I think Mr. Bickle will do a wonderful job with it. And it's right across from the school. It's got the park right there, and the smaller lots. I agree with that. I agree with what he was saying about, and I appreciate that the homeowners there are paying more than what the older homeowners were obligated to pay for infrastructure improvements. And I would say that I'm in favor of to move this project forward. All that was said.
Okay, I can be brief. At first, I was wondering about the zoning, thinking, this is prime farm. It's farmland and it's open space, and my thinking was we should zone it low density so it kind of stays open. But I think the applicant made some good arguments about keeping the lots smaller. then they can actually be affordable for two teachers. I thought that was a very good point. Also, the point about this being close to where we are physically, it really does make sense to expand in that direction as opposed to other directions. So you've heard it said about slower, smarter growth. I believe this is a good example of that. And because we're talking about 9 acres versus we were talking about Roberts Ranch before, which is 54 acres. So that's a big difference. This is a slow growth. And my other concerns is just please make sure the kids can walk to school safely, that there's sidewalks, and there's a safe way to cross the street. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you for your time.
When I first was appointed to the General Plan Steering Committee back in 2004, that's one of the first things we talked about is what's called leapfrog development in sprawl, and that's what we didn't want, especially with the infrastructure issues that we had that created the moratorium. That was one of the things that was really paramount when we talked about city planning and future growth. We wanted to grow within the core area, and Richard, I appreciate you coming to the podium and distributing those maps, because that certainly does make sense.
I did also want to add, I wanted to thank Mary and your husband for sticking it out this evening. It's a late night, and you guys got up here and voiced your concern. And I wanted to say that, Mr. Bickle has been a part of this community for many years and has developed here. And, I feel that he also takes your concerns into heart when he does this or develops something. And so it's important that you guys take the time out of your day, come out here and voice your concerns so that they are heard. Because there's not enough people in the community that will come forth and say those things. So I really appreciate you guys staying up late and doing that, as well as the back row too. Thank you guys.
Right. I totally agree with that. Okay, so I entertain a motion on this.
We need 2 motions on this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's right.
The first, and I have them kind of prepared on the screen here, would be for recommending the adoption of the environmental document to the council. And the second would be recommending the pre-zone to the council, if that's the pleasure of the commission.
I will make the motion to adopt a resolution recommending to the city council the adoption of the proposed mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Is there any number that needs to go with that?
PC Resolution 2019-34.
PC Resolution 2019-34.
I'll second that motion. Further discussion? I have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed?
I'm not opposed, but I'm abstaining.
Abstained? Abstentions? We have one abstention. Okay.
Second motion?
Yeah, second one.
I will make the motion to adopt a resolution recommending to the city council the approval of pre-zone 2017-2, subject to the findings and conditions contained in the draft resolution for PC 2019-35.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Congratulations.
I'm abstaining.
I'm sorry, were there any?
Oh, abstentions?
I'm abstaining.
Okay. One abstention.
So, the motion's adopted with 4 yeses and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Okay, so thanks for coming, and I'll see you at the general plan update. We'll talk about the traffic, okay? I mean, we're still going to get that in the conversation. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Talk with Jaime De La Cruz. He has some ideas about Buena Vista too, because it's part of the county. I would recommend talking to him too.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, let's go to new business.
No new
Right,
business.
Right?
What's for breakfast?
Oh. Old business. Old business.
No old business, Commissioner.
Okay. Planning Department reports.
We're off in July for meetings, so that's a good thing.
Thank you. Planning Commission reports.
If we're off in July, what does that mean for the August meeting?
You'll
Double
have
win?
two.
I have a very brief Planning Commissioner report. If I may, I had a preliminary discussion with Abraham and also Brian, and this kind of would be, you might find this interesting, Roxanne, is that I think it would be very productive if we had a joint meeting with City Council, maybe September, to discuss their expectations of us, what is expected of us, especially with some of these issues that are very paramount lately, and that includes affordable housing, growth, traffic, and evaluating how we evaluate projects. I just want to get it in the conversation. So this would be like, I think there'd be learning, because they have their ways of looking at projects, and we have ours, and I want to work together and find some commonality there, and at least have a conversation of what these issues are, so we can, talk them out, come to an understanding. So that's what my thought was today. I wanted to talk to the city manager, but he wasn't available. But I'll leave it up to you and the city manager and see if we can get that together. I know what you guys think about it, but I think that would be helpful.
We'll bring that up to.
Go off in different directions
Yep.
here.
We'll bring it up to the city manager, and then report back to the planning commission in August.
Right. And then the other thing I wanted to say is, these meetings and these packets that we're getting, maybe we go down to, we have 2 meetings a month because I think it's just a little unrealistic to have a 5-6 hour meeting.
Well, 2 meetings a month, from an operations perspective, the director of the department, so that's one thing that I have to kind of controls operations.
Mhm.
It would not operate well, because we would constantly be doing mail-outs, notifications. It would be better to have a discussion of maybe limiting the number of items that can go onto an agenda, or limiting the time as to when a meeting may go to. And then if a special meeting is needed, then we have that flexibility of scheduling one if there's a project that, is desperately needed to go to a special meeting. But
I think it's.
and I could be wrong, I'll let the planners talk too, but 2 scheduled meetings a month would probably be too much,
Okay,
to be honest with you. Yeah.
I think something
Like
needs to
you
be done.
said, maybe limiting the number of things on the agenda, or you kind of know what's going to be a hot topic, you know what's going to take a long time, and kind of maybe go based on that. Like, like the 400 block, that was a very long meeting, and we kind of knew that was going to be a long meeting. So maybe as your best judgment, I'm not going to say my judgment, but your best judgment of what you think is going to be longer. But like you said, like a time limit, kind of guess what your meeting's going to be based on the subject, because, like you said, some of us have to be up at
Yeah.
5-6 hours from now.
I think it's a little bit much to go up to almost midnight.
Yeah,
on
it's
some
too
of
much.
these meetings.
Yeah.
Very well.
Agreed.
Plus, the size of the amount of material that we have
Yeah.
to go through to be prepared.
I
There's-
totally understand.
There's a
Well,
lot of
and-
preparation.
Totally
And
understand.
exactly. In addition, is it realistic to have that staff is going to have all that ready in time? And I think that's where we're struggling. That's why our packets have been later, and and later and bigger, and that just makes it more difficult. And it's just really hard. And when you plan, I mean, I think it helps a lot to be able to have that weekend, because then if you're working in the middle of the week, and this just happened to be one of these weeks where I was on this project and I was just working like crazy, and this was like the worst week to have a packet like this. But having it on Friday would be really helpful, and limiting the number of items would be helpful because it'd be more realistic for staff to get the work done on time, right?
Yeah, I'll say this, we just got approval to hire a senior planner and a development services technician, and that'll be 2 extra bodies that'll kind of help us. The tech position will help us with planning and engineering, but the senior planner is a dedicated staff member in Abraham's division that will help with these projects. So
Great.
it's a good thing.
Okay, I
Okay,
just thought I'd put that out there.
You had mentioned the one thing, the topic before this in regards to meeting with
City council?
City council, and maybe I
It's like
misinterpreted.
a study session or workshop.
Okay, because I was kind of thinking, this as a check and balance, when we make a decision up here, and if somebody in the audience or the community doesn't agree, the process is to appeal our decision,
Right.
and they go forth to the city council.
Yeah.
And for the city council to just have an unbiased mindset when they review, I think is better and healthier decision process for the community. But maybe I just misinterpreted your thoughts of getting together with them.
Just to get together to talk about procedures.
Okay.
Yeah, and where we are today, and maybe have a vision, a vision process or a vision study session, so to speak, with where they think how we can all work together to improve our community,
Mhm.
generally speaking, not anything specifically related to any projects. That's what my thought was.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and I can help you with the agenda on that if you want. Yeah. Okay. All right, well, I'm gonna ask for a motion for adjournment.
Do I get a report?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin. I left
Okay,
you
I'll
out
make
there.
it brief.
Okay.
I noticed there was no timer in this meeting. I don't remember if we've ever had timers in these meetings before or not. But since the first speaker went 10, 15 minutes, I didn't want to, be unfair to the other speakers. But
Yeah.
we had a bylaws that we adopted in January. I won't read it, but 4.7.2.1 does say a 5-minute limit. So
Okay.
I would ask that we can maybe follow that.
Yeah, that was another thing I kind of had a little sidebar with Brian on, is
Yeah.
limiting the speakers.
That will happen in August.
Well, and also, I'm not sure if this is possible, but if we know in advance that there's going to be a large number of speakers, then do we have the discretion to be able to say, because we're going to have 20 people speak on this, you're not going to get 5 minutes, you're going to get 2 minutes? Do you know?
That, I don't think we would want to limit. If we'd like to amend the bylaws to reduce the time, but I think it would be good to just stick to that dedicated time.
Yeah, I can double check the language in the bylaws, but if it just says 5 minutes, it doesn't give us any wiggle room, then that's what we're gonna be held to unless we amend them. But I
Okay.
can double check it.
Okay. It's just a thought. It's just because if there's 2 speakers, it's not a big deal, but if you have 20 or, you know what I mean? Exactly. As Commissioner Johnson said, like if we know it's a hot topic and there's gonna be a bunch of people, we can plan ahead. But if we don't have that discretion, then I guess we just don't.
That would certainly.
We'll look into it and come back with whatever the bylaws say exactly.
Yeah, certainly as a chairman, I can gavel someone down, but you have to be fair. I mean, it has to be, the rules have to apply to everyone. That's right.
Well, and I think the discussion with the city council, I think will be about stuff like that. I think will be really good because you want to kind of mirror what they're doing too. And I also think that as we've been talking about growth, and I think as we get bigger and bigger, then these meetings are going to get bigger and bigger too, because you just have more residents and more things coming up. Just concerns from the community. So when, you're a 20,000 population, you're not going to have that many, you know what I mean? There's not going to be that many agenda items, that many people coming to the meetings, and now you're growing and growing. And so I think there has to be some thought to that, because these until midnight meetings, not only, I guess we're going to just do what we need to do, but I think it's really not fair. And then, people will say, well, you didn't come to the meeting and didn't speak. Well, the meeting was on until midnight, so it's not, you're not being fair to the community. How could they come if they have young children, it's just, we're just not making it, reasonable for citizens of the city to come to these meetings and voice their opinions. Yeah.
Okay, does that conclude Planning Commission?
Yeah, just one more item. I just want to reiterate the point I was making earlier about just information about infrastructure. It'd be nice if information could be made more public, maybe a website or something with statistics about things. Like, for example, I couldn't tell you how many houses we've done in the last year. No idea. It'd be nice to have some kind of place to go where we can at least talk about real numbers. And if someone is claiming that we don't have infrastructure for something, then we can point to a piece of data that says, well, we don't have infrastructure to support this because of these numbers. So it's just a suggestion. Maybe we can think about how we can keep the public, get information out to the public so that they can be informed and have informed opinions about our community. Thank you for your time.
There's a map that I've seen, and I don't remember whose office it is, but it has all the projects that have just completed recently or that are projected to be built.
Right.
And if I remember right, there's a house count with those.
That's correct.
And because it's interesting, because you hear, everybody gets on social media or hears something, and there's, 10,000 homes being built in Santana Ranch, and then you look at the real numbers, and it's like, oh, there's not even close to that many. And so everything kind of gets exaggerated, and it was interesting to see, and I don't remember whose office I saw it in, but it was interesting to see, there's only 90 homes, being built, and it's not until, next year. So you see the span, and it's like, there's only a few hundred homes being built each year.
Mm-hmm.
Versus just this insane amount. So it was kind of interesting to see it. So I don't know if that's something you can make available
Absolutely.
to the...
We could
If
definitely
the commission has time, it would be good to visit the city's engineering division website and planning division website. All of the studies that we've paid for are on those two different websites, including the map that Commissioner Munzer was talking about, and just more of the data of what the community is, how much entitlements we have going on in the future, and stuff like that. So.
And just to add on to that map, that it's out of date. The one on the website's from April, and our commercial one is super out of date. But I have someone from, I believe it's the school district, and it's not really relevant, but they're doing some kind of study, and they want an updated one, and that's my Monday goal because I'm off tomorrow. But hopefully next week we'll have a up-to-date one, and we can include everything that was approved tonight as well.
Good. Okay, are we ready for adjournment?
That's all, folks.
All right, I need a motion for adjournment.
I will make a motion to adjourn.
Do you have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned until August 1st. Thank you.